Hey, Caleb Dev. Hey, Toggle. Hey, Armadon. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Thank you. Well, you succeeded. Congrats, and also thank you. So I'm announcing the stream 1 sec. There we go. Oh no, I forgot to log in back into LinkedIn. Couldn't announce my stream on LinkedIn. Oh no, all my LinkedIn viewers, they don't know I'm going live. Such is life. Okay, so let me give you, okay, I'll show everybody a quick preview of what I'm going to work on. This is going to be the cool part. After I'm do the cool part, everything else is going to be boring afterwards. So be warned. But here's the idea. I have a static site generator. And how did I build it now? Release fast. Let's do debug build with tracing. So this is a debug build with tracing enabled. And then I do, then I turn on the tracer. So I do Tracy. The directory where I launch it doesn't matter. So I'm running Tracy. And then I do Zine release. That builds everything. And now the tracer has this stuff. Oh my God, what happened here? I think this is the first time that I look at a trace of that website. So this is kind of funny. So it took us 161 milliseconds to build this website. And as you can see, there is a ton of work that was busy waiting for us to analyze this page. Wait a second. Why does analyze page perform syntax highlighting? Why does analyze page? So, by the way, oh my God, this is genius. So I learned something new. In the page analysis code, I also perform syntax highlighting in one specific case, and I didn't think much about it. But now that I think about it, now that I'm like actually thinking about it, yo, this is wrong because we are slowing down everything else. So here's what's happening. This is a page that we are analyzing. Message is empty. Interesting. So this is the index page. Does our index page have syntax highlighting code? Zig. No, this is not our index page. This has to be some other kind of page. It's weird that this message here is wrong. Like is empty. It shouldn't be empty. But in any case, so what's happening is that we have a compiler stage. Well, static site generator stage that, what is this thing? Go away. We have this stage here that basically prevents us from being able to do the rest of the work. And this stage here is super slow because we are loading a 3-seater query. And so we're basically wasting how much time? It's like 97 milliseconds are preventing us from doing this work, which is what? Another 20. So we're basically, I guess at the end of the day, we're basically 20 milliseconds short because of that. But that is annoying. That is definitely interesting. So in any case, yeah, this is what I'm working on. Analyze, like profiling my static site generator, and then seeing where the good or bad performance is, and then improve on it, and then add more unit tests, add more error reporting, and port more websites to the standalone version. So I have a version of the static site generator that relies on the Zig build system, and that one is more feature complete. So basically, I'm taking existing Zine websites and porting them as a test, like as a way of guiding my work of re-implementing features. And the way I'm doing this is basically that I'm rendering websites both with the standalone implementation of Zine, the one that I'm working on, and the old one, and then I'm basically diffing the two to see if the diff is good or bad. And so not everything has to be exactly the same. Like I'm looking at the diff and I know that some diffs are good or bad and some are bad. So like this one is a diff. This is a good diff, for example, because we are dropping an empty alt attribute, which we don't have to have, like which we don't want to generate empty alt attributes. We only want to generate alt attributes if there is an alt. And then tables, I've changed the code that renders tables. So long story short, this is basically how I'm proceeding. So my job right now is implement new features, maybe add unit tests. I should say more than unit, I should say snapshot. Add new snapshot tests for this stuff. Add more error reporting. I'm occasionally finding out that some places I do shitty error reporting, and I want to turn that into good error reporting. And then, oh yeah, please do toggle, do Zig Showtime. You will definitely be famous, like 1000%. Pretty much all the people that ever came on Zig Showtime, now when you ask them, do you have kids? They also can't really give you a precise answer. They also basically have to answer probably because they just don't know at that point. They're so famous. Everybody wants a piece of them. So same is going to happen to you, guaranteed. Yeah, they all have Lamborghinis. And even if you ask them, do you have a Lamborghini? They don't even know for sure. They say probably. It's like they stopped caring about the brands of cars that they buy because they just look at the car. It looks fun. It looks fun, right? They look at the shape and say, oh, like, well, look, it looks like one of those racing cars. So yeah, just buy it. How much does it cost? Brand? Who cares? Just another car. So yeah, so this is basically what I'm doing. So here's what I think I'm gonna do. I'm gonna maybe make myself some tea and then start working. I think at some point I'm gonna take a 10-minute break to eat lunch, and then I'm gonna continue the work. So this is pretty much what we're gonna do all day today. But this thing is very interesting. So page analysis performing syntax highlighting is a very bad idea, I discovered. Why is page analysis performing syntax highlighting, you might ask? The answer is because when we are performing page analysis, we might discover in analyze content, we might discover that somebody put a code directive, and in there, we do syntax highlighting. And that is a bad idea. What we should put in there is the non-syntax highlighted source code, and then do the syntax highlighting in the rendering phase, which we can totally do. So, okay, first thing that I'm gonna do is improve on this. So this is now 161 milliseconds, right? We're gonna make this better. And actually, you know what? Let's do a release build. Like, let's look at this same, you know what? I wanna save this. Three-seater analysis, not the greatest name, but that's kind of what's happening. We're loading three-seater during analysis phase, which is a bad idea. Let's make a release build. So it's release fast, but it still has tracing in it. Let's see how that goes. Yeah, it's the same problem. It's the same problem. I'm curious to look at the timings. Also, by the way, this is 100 milliseconds. Okay, this could be shorter. Let me change one thing from main. Okay, let me comment this out. Let's see how much it's gonna take. Well, tracing also adds overhead, that's for sure. But let's take a look. Okay. I should stop closing Tracy every single time. Okay. Let's see. So it's 62 milliseconds total. The reason why this was 162 earlier is because what I commented out was a 100 millisecond sleep that I put there to help Tracy just get all the output. But although that doesn't really help. In any case, is Enrico's MacBook bricked? No, but he made improvements in how he was reballing the chips, but he couldn't get the chips to fully reball precisely, so he did an attempt putting them back on the machine. So he needs to work on that aspect. Yeah, this is still empty. Why am I generating an empty message? The heck? In any case, yeah, you can see here that basically this is the reason why I made a release build is because now we can see more clearly. I think it's more interesting now to see the relationship between these things. So this is 22 milliseconds, and this is 6 milliseconds. So relatively speaking, this whole stuff is still less than this, which means that at the end of the day, if we are correctly parallelizing these things, we're not gonna save, like, the best case scenario, which again is like an upper limit. It's not gonna be that we save 22 milliseconds. No, this thing is not gonna, like, this amount of work needs to happen. So what we're gonna do is just make sure that this doesn't block all these ones as much. So best case scenario, we can basically save 6 milliseconds, but we can. But those 6 milliseconds we can save, or at least a fraction of those. So the idea is we stop syntax highlighting in here, we move this here, and we see what happens. I should maybe also do a non-traced build of a release non-traced build, run it in Hyperfine, see how long it takes so that we have a more precise like timing. And then we see if there's any change in that, because like this is 62 milliseconds, but this is just one run. A different run is going to have some, some jitter in it. So using Hyperfine, let's do a Hyperfine run. So release fast, but no Tracy. Let's see what we're working with. Okay, if we run Hyperfine, so without tracing, that's 25 milliseconds. Okay, 25 milliseconds is where we are right now, and we want to be able to see if we can get these lower than that. Do we always get 25? Yeah, it's pretty precise. So it's pretty stable, 25.5. So our goal is to save some of those 6 milliseconds. So ideally, what's going to be 20-ish milliseconds? Ideally, that's kind of what we're aiming for. So give me a sec. I'm going to take so let me write this down. And then I'm going to go AFK and get myself some tea. That's our goal right now. I don't know if we're going to get all the way down to 20, but we can dream. So I'll be right back. Okay, T is on. Okay, so 25 milliseconds to 20, huh? So here's how we do it. So when we see code, we do not syntax highlight it. Oh, but I see. So this allows us to discover at this stage that we have an unknown language, while otherwise we don't. Okay, so but that's not a big deal. Hey Enrico, I see the breaker, huh? So we read the file. Lang equals code.language. Yeah, the idea is we actually do this not in a or else fashion, but we just kind of do it right here. You know what? I'm just going to copy. And then we comment everything else out. Okay, so with this, we basically paste the code verbatim. And now we have one error. What's the problem, dude? Arena is unused. Oh, well, would you look at that? Now we don't allocate anymore anything, really? Huh. Interesting. Okay, so this is not a full fix though, because we are not syntax highlighting this here, but we still need to syntax highlight this stuff. So let's go do that, which is in HTML. When we see a code directive, render directive, what did we do for code before? Yeah, for code, we were doing caption. If its language equals, if the language equals equal HTML, then we do this. Otherwise, we do pre, and then we print the thing, but we don't call syntax highlighting. So here we have to do syntax highlighting. Give me a second, I'm gonna get my tea. And here's where we have to put back basically that code. Do you use Yabai for window tiling? No, I just do the tiling manually myself. Also, let's not forget that we need to add back lang check in analyze page. We don't want to lose the fact that we check for wrong languages in the analysis phase, and we don't want to delay this into the later phases if we don't have to. Okay, so first we grab the language. There might be no language. If there is no language, we just want to print. We don't exactly want to print the contents verbatim. Actually, Does highlight have this concept? What if there is no language? Oh, we return that we don't know any language. So oh, that's what we want though. So if there is no language, then it means that it's verbatim. So we want to do something like this. In exit, we close fig caption and we close figure. In this case, we do keep the pre though. But the pre might have attributes. Oh, that's interesting. Code.language. Never mind. Maybe this is a bit too early to do this. Yeah. So I think we want to do it here, I think. But not with or else. We need to do an if. I think this is how it has to be. Contains the pre or enter source code. We have pre, right? And everything else. Figure, then pre, then code. Okay. So here we print this, and then otherwise, here we do the syntax highlighting in case we have a language. GPA. Okay. So highlight it. Otherwise, if there's nothing, just print it HTML safe. Oh, but in this case, it's not code. It's code.source.URL. And same up here. Okay, I think with this, we have moved it correctly or mostly correctly. I'm surprised the render directive did not use GPA before. I guess it's because we weren't doing any allocation in here, but we were doing syntax analysis somewhere else, right? We do it in HTML. Yeah. And this can return unable to find highlighting queries for error while syntax highlighting. Okay, this error reporting freaking sucks. Let's worry about it later though. Let's see if we can make it work. How are we doing so far? Error union is ignored. Right. Right. Let's do catch unreachable for now. So now we're getting a build. So now we're getting a release fast build, but I want to see a build with, before I do this, show me a build with Tracy, because I want to see a build that shows me in the tracer now what happens by shifting the workload around. So this is the command. I basically want to see that this single analyze page here is shorter, and then some of this big get cached query job, this does not go away. Like this job will stay here, but I want to see it shifted forward and happening more in bigger concurrency, like in concurrently with everything else. So let's see if, oh God, I should not have closed this. God damn it. There we go. Yes, you can see that now we don't have a bottleneck anymore, because now we shift get cache query in concurrence with everything else. Because now the analysis work is much smaller. I think this is it. This is the analysis work that previously... No, it wasn't parsed. It was an analyze page. Holy shit. It was a single analyze page that was taking forever. Wait, are you serious? Also, this parse work takes forever. 6 milliseconds. What are we parsing? I don't write down what we are parsing. But where is that analysis thing that used to take us forever? Well, it's so small now that we don't even know which one it is anymore. It's probably one of these guys. Okay, so now, no more tracing, no more debug. Release fast. Let's see if we can go, this was 25.5. Let's see if we can get sub 20. No, we can't. So 6 milliseconds was the most we could gain, but obviously there was like a upper estimate. There is no way. This sub was for the help. Appreciate it. I didn't help you much, man. Don't worry. I was just backseating you. So 6 milliseconds was the utmost. The upper limit. Couldn't get that. So we got not to 20, but we got to 22.5. So that means we gained 3 milliseconds, but we gained like 3 real milliseconds. You can see that this is like very stable. So we're getting like reliable numbers, and we are definitely 3 milliseconds faster than before. So by solving this contention problem, we saved 3 ms. Keep in mind that it's 3 ms in this case, but it could be more depending on the situation. Like we basically have reduced the bottleneck, so there could be bigger savings. This was a good move regardless. Although now we have to worry about what to do here with highlight code, because this could return an error. Although the alternative is that we could assert that this should work, because to be fair, we assert success because the language code was validated during the page analysis phase. Since the language code was hard-coded in Super MD. There we go. Okay. So this is actually great. This is all actually great. So next, what do we want to do? Let's do error reporting. So I guess here we kind of did it. Turned out to be we only saved 3 milliseconds, but I'll take it. Then let's do the language checking part stuff, kind of stuff. Yeah, kind of stuff. Also, catch unreachable is wrong. This should be catch error. And we should unreachable everything except out of memory. Can be this reflown. Thank you. Okay, that's a success because the language code was validated during the page analysis phase. Okay. So this is good. Technically, there's also I/O errors because this is printing. This is also printing. But I think we are printing to a buffered writer. So I think the errors should be only out of memory. I hope so. Well, for now, we'll see. In any case, in our page analysis code, though, we do want to validate this stuff. So we were validating unknown language, and we should keep doing that. So if it's equal HTML, that's fine. Otherwise, we need to do what flow syntax does, which is the double for loop. Where's the double for loop? Get by name. This. this. Although I don't know if any of this stuff is available from the outside, so we'll have to see. Does it have a root? Is this root? Okay, so we can do file type to get by name. Okay, and then guess. Okay, we can do the same logic here, or else return not found. Okay. It's doable. It is indeed doable. So we can do. Okay, we don't have syntax. Is it file type? It is file type, and then get by name. Okay, we'll see why this doesn't like it afterwards. Syntax get by name lang. Then if it returns null, we want to complain. Yes, we can do this. Yeah, if it's null, then we complain. Although, if it is null, then we want another second check, which is the other one where we guess. How do we do that one? Not by content. I need to look at my code. Highlight. Create guess file type. Wait, how does create guess file type? Okay. So we call guess. Okay, it's the same idea. We call guess. We provide no content. We could technically provide the content, but we don't want to do that. So we just want to do the file path, which calls match file type. Okay, we basically call guess. Oh, this returns a slice. Okay, never mind. Okay. So if it's an if it's HTML, we bail out. If the language, if we find the language first try, great. If we don't, then we try again with the second approach. And if we fail again, then we report an error. Otherwise, we should be good. So this should be it. We should have with this we should have reinstated validation at this level. What's the problem now? No flow syntax. Wait, what's it called then? Oh, I just call it syntax. Okay, that makes sense. That's the problem. Extract the type out of memory found no space left. Ah, this is actually not a try. This is catch unreachable. Actually, not just catch unreachable. We can do catch nothing, maybe. Would that be a problem? So somebody could be evil and give us a super long lang. That is for sure. That is indeed for sure. We could do this catch, and then we provide as a default value. This, which is gonna fail in any case. Yeah, this is like this is a decent failure mode, basically. Yeah, that works. Okay. So success. I think we want unit tests about this. Yeah, I think we want errors about this. I'm also kind of thinking that we really do want something to tell us where an error is coming from, maybe. But let's see. Let's see if we can build some unit tests about this. So where would this go? This would go inside tests / what? This is still part of content scanning, I guess. Page analysis. What do we have in content? So here we have a bunch of wrong thingies. Okay. So I guess what I want is also I'm gonna make one dedicated to code. Actually, the same should apply to code blocks. Now that I think about it. So here's what we want. We want code blocks. Like this should be known. And then Zig++. Let's do another one that is correct, like a different one that is still correct. Let's put there, I'm going to put some Rust, I guess. Okay, so no alternatives, no weird stuff. Let's see what does this say. Path must be relative. Use the appropriate built-in if necessary. Let's go. We have new errors. Yes. Dot and dot dot are not allowed in paths. Yes. Expected one string argument. Oh, right. It's like this. Is this how we do it? I forgot. Is this how we do it? Built-in not found in code. God damn it. Is it full language? Yeah. So now it's complaining that it's just a missing side asset. So, yeah, let's create it. Wait, what? There's no assets? Oh, yeah. I need to go above. Okay. Zine 3. Unknown language code. It is correct, but we are not complaining about the unknown language in the code block, in the embedded code block. So that's validation that we're missing. These error messages are delightful. Also, this is page analysis. What is this? Oh, this style or error message. This comes from SuperMD. So this is coming right. This is validation that comes from SuperMD. These are parsing errors. These are analysis errors. To be honest, they all should look the same. They shouldn't be looking any different. And but we also should write down what they are supposed to be in snapshot tests. So for the end user, it doesn't matter if something is a parsing error or an analysis error or a rendering error. But for our snapshot testing purposes, it does matter. So I'm gonna quickly have lunch. So hey, Rocco Rager, sorry, you're arriving at exactly the moment where I'm going on a quick break. But when I come back, we want to add so there's a missing error that we need to add. And then maybe we also want to update the style in which we print these errors. Maybe. We'll see. In any case, I'll be right back. I'm back. Let's go. Let's make this happen. So we were saying we are not complaining. So these error messages are delightful. This one, we need to turn from something correct to something wrong. And you made me jump. Sorry. Boo. And I'm delighted to make this an error. So where's the ostensibly correct one? This is wrong. Okay, so this is now correctly says wrong. Next thing is next thing is in analysis, we need to look not only at directives. So in this code here, we are only looking at directives, but we're not looking at anything else. So now the question is, where do we analyze this stuff? So we're looking at every node and we're saying if it doesn't have a directive, then we continue. Hello, DiMartiro. So before we do that, we should say, if this node is a code block, then we should inspect the language. I don't know how to express that precisely. Let's take a look at HTML. How do we do highlight code? We do it enter in code underscore block. Okay, so if it is a code block, then this is what gives us the code. And I'm thinking that we probably want to turn this into a function. So we don't do the if, maybe? Or do we want to also do the if? So that way, it's a convenience thing. So you can just pass the argument and you don't have to do ifs outside if you don't want to. Okay, I'm making a bit of a mess. Well, let's see. There we go. And now here we can do this. We can turn all of this in. If the language doesn't exist, we append an error and return. And now this guy can disappear and be simplified. And so the same code can also be used up here where we do this. There we go. So now we should have validation for that too. We want to continue author unconditionally in this case. Then what else? What do we have errors? What are errors about? Lang. Right. Okay. We are rebuilding. We don't need to make a release fast version. I'll keep Tracy though. That's not a lot of work. Okay, we have rebuilt. Let's run it. Path must be relative. Use the appropriate built-in if necessary. Yep. Unknown language code. Rust? What do you mean? Zig? What do you mean? Zig++? I get. But wait, what? This guy should be fine. What's going on? Where are we fucking it up? What are we attempting to... What are we attempting to render? The fuck? Yeah, I'm definitely doing it wrong. Oh, if no, the literal means if it has code. Wait, where's the language then? Oh, it's fence info, the language. Well, and language name is the first thing. Okay, so it's definitely more complicated than that. Okay, we don't care about that. We care about fence info. Yes. Then we do this. Yeah, and in this case, getting to the language is more complicated, but we should be able to do that. There we go. Language Zig++, unknown language Zig++. Indeed, indeed. I chose also a future-proof fading test case language name. I don't think we're ever gonna have Zig++, or if somebody has it, I'm not gonna add it to Zine. So this test is definitely not gonna break. That said, there's a lot more wrong stuff that we don't see here. Do I need to call render to see it? Release. Where's the rest of the wrong stuff? We are 100% missing some wrong stuff. What is going on here? Wrong asset. So there's an asset that doesn't exist. Is it because I'm mixing too many things together? This should, in theory, still give me also wrong side asset doesn't exist. Why am I not getting that? What is going on? What happens if by any chance I fix this guy and I fix this guy? What happens now? Oh, now it complains about everything else. Now it complains about missing side assets. But why did we not have those? Because those are parsing errors. Wrong paths are parsing errors. And if we have a parsing error, we do not analyze if there's a parsing error. Although, to be fair, no, it's definitely a good idea to not analyze if we have parsing errors. Never mind. So we need to make those different test cases. They don't belong here, basically. They simply do not belong here. And where do they belong, though? Let's see. Maybe in here, just a different file, I guess. Now we should have everything. Wrong, wrong. So now we have everything that is wrong. Yeah. Okay, that's nice. So we have definitely improved this. We're also added a bunch of stuff to snapshot tests, which is good. How are we doing with snapshot tests more in general, though? What does Zig build test do? Does it work? Or does it poop itself? It works, but a ton of things don't match, huh? Oh, snap. I need to revalidate my things. That's for sure. Okay, I need to revalidate my snapshot tests. That is for sure. That is indeed for sure. So with this, we have guaranteed that we cannot have runtime errors inside of render, which is good. Yeah, ideally render should not be able to report errors. That's the thing. Is there any weird error reporting that we have in here? Because anything that can be an error in here should have been already validated. Link an image, try render directive. This is old code. I don't know. I'm gonna check it out. Code block. Yeah, so here we have validation. So there's a code block that, according to this, could error out. But I would argue this is not possible anymore. So catch error should be like this. Yeah. The only way syntax highlighting can fail at runtime in the render phase, if you are invoking dynamically from an HTML template the fact that you want to syntax highlight a random piece of code. That's the only case where it could go wrong at this point. Yeah. There really should be no error reporting in here. Oh, let's see. Yeah. Yeah, this sounds about right. Yep, this sounds about right. Let's go. Okay. What problems do we have now? Path is an unused function parameter. Path to the file used in error messages. Well, guess what? No more error messages, my dude. So who calls HTML now? Now we need to figure out who calls HTML. Hey, day loop. Page 1379. We were not even giving it a good path. God damn it. There we go. There we go. Let's go. Delightful. I think this is not the only place though. 1432. $17.22. $517. There we go. Okay. So this is also done. That's good. That is good indeed. I'm thinking we should change the style of these errors. Let's go in. So where is this error printing coming from? Error. No, this comes from scripty. Oh, so we do have a scripty error. Okay. So who is it that knows how to render this error? I guess we have to look into our main function. We have to look at where we parse pages to parse, and then we look at errors. Empty front matter, Ziggy parsed, alternatives. There we go. Parse AST errors. Print supermd errors. So this is a function in main. So we do it in main. So we did it ourselves. So I guess we want to basically move those lines here. Tag name message, md path, line, column, lines fmt, line trim highlight. The heck is lines fmt? Oh. Oh. No, we don't do that. So it's now this. I think we should have 3 items in a row now. Hello, White Fox. There we go. These error messages are a bit long. Let's shorten them. Better. I would say better. And we need an empty line at the end. One more. Yeah, this is now a lot more homogeneous. Not bad. Even the square bracket scripty thing is not really that important, honestly. What were we using it for? It's even tag name, because the error can be something else, such as like what? Syntax error, path must be relative. Why does it always say scripty? What is a non-scripty error? Oh, like a inline HTML. Oh, I see. The problem is that those error codes, they never got a like title or description, however you want to call it. So those errors never got a nice way of, of being expressed. I see. Okay, that's good to know, although I'm not going to fix that now. Good to know, though. What about inline HTML? This will not show up, will it? Yeah, this does not show up as wrong, even though it is wrong. So we need also to capture we need to recognize inline HTML as wrong HTML. And I don't know why we don't do that. We are kind of fucking it up inside of SuperMD. This is a SuperMD problem. Two, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hello, Viru. Have you seen JetZig? Yeah, I've seen JetZig. I know that it exists. Is http.zig performant enough? I don't know. I don't know what to answer that. How to answer that? Like, is it performant enough? I guess it depends on what you're looking for, right? Like, no matter what, if you don't define what it is that you're looking for, then there is no easy answer. That said, I guess pedantry aside, I would suspect that this library is probably more than reasonably performant enough for most use cases. If you are AWS, maybe I would say I'm not sure. Double check. But if you're not AWS, you're probably fine. So we're now getting to the bad paths. Why are we not getting here? This path analysis code should totally trigger. Empty component path. So we see wrong 1 out of 9. Wait, are you serious? Only 1 out of 9? Is it because I need to put spaces between them for them to show up as wrong? Oh, yeah. What? Why? 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 Why does it not show up? It needs a new line. Why does it need a new line? Okay, without the new line, I guess they're all on the same line. Wait a second. Now it does show up? Oh, no. It's just the first one. Okay, wait a second. Does the new line make 2 out of 9 show up? Yes, the new line makes 2 out of 9 show up. Why do they not show up if they are that close. Do. What is going on? What is going on indeed? So I guess this is a question for SuperMD. Why do we not end up analyzing these directives? What? So it's not in context, it's in AST. Analyze paragraph, analyze code block, analyze list, analyze block quote, analyze item, analyze footnote reference, analyze siblings. This analysis code probably is wrong. That's what it is. It's surprising though. Like we are basically in analyze paragraph, right? And so in analyze paragraph, we have to analyze siblings first child. Then what are we going to see here? Here we're saying that if it's a paragraph, we skip it. Oh, I think this might be the problem. So here, also I don't know what item is. I guess it's a list item. So I think what we're saying here is that, but can you have nested paragraphs? Like, what the fuck is that thing? I mean, we do analyze multiple links in the same text normally. So I don't see why why we wouldn't be doing it here. So current is start. While current is next sibling. Oh, we're setting basically what the next stop is going to be. So we're saying, okay, if current is one of these guys, then we try next sibling. Otherwise, we do current.next. I don't think I'm going to be able to fix this code right now. God damn it. Okay. Let's put new lines in here, I guess. That's going to be it for now. There we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we have all the errors now. So I would say this is good. This is real good. Index is good. Parse is good. Wait, index is good? Yeah. I think the wrong ones should have numbers so that we can check that they are all present. Also, we're always missing one here. So where do we compute this? Do we compute it here? Do we compute the line in here? Yeah. Card spaces len, that's fine. Highlight is caret len plus caret spaces +1. Wait, that wasn't it? Oh. This isn't it? How is this not it? This is 100% it. What? Why does this +1 do nothing? What am I missing? Haha. I mean, that's fair. How is this not fixing it? How is this not fixing it? I must be looking at the wrong code. Although, what if I change this to be an X? Yeah, none of these guys prints with an X. Oh, some of them do. Okay, so the +1 is definitely necessary there for some of them. And then somewhere else too. Front matter errors. I don't know about this one. Oh, there we go, page errors. There we go. The alternative would be that we, instead of doing +1, we skip the first 3. There's also that. I'll keep it like this for now. When next stream we toggle, we were thinking of maybe doing one tomorrow. Okay, so better snapshot tests, better error reporting, that is for sure. Not perfect still, but better. Then what do we want next? What do we want next? What do we want next? I'm really happy with these changes. Really, 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 really happy. So Neurosite is working on preloading, pre-parsing three-seater queries. That's awesome. Finally finished Windows support for legacy consoles on my library. Woof, that is a lot of work. Wait, so you added support for shitty Windows terminals? I was never that brave. In my case, I only support I when I'm supporting Windows, I'm always assuming that you have a decent Windows terminal. Otherwise it's on you. That's very brave of you. Okay, so this part is done. Let's validate my personal blog. So right now, that means that with this new stuff, my personal blog should have new compile errors. Or panics. Huh. Let's maybe do a backtrace. Fence info is an empty slice. So you don't always get something. You only get something if it's... Yeah, I'm actually doing it wrong, I think. I think what I should say is either fence info or just return. But then the tokenizer might still return nothing. So let's see if we can improve on this. Okay, let's see how we do with this change. Okay, we still panic. Because even with this change, fence info could be an empty string. That's fine. So we do or else. We basically do the same as above. Now we're hitting an assertion failure. In one of our alts, which is going to be an index. There we go. Let's see if the diff is still good. No alt. Everything else looks good. No alt. Yeah, look at this ugly thing, which we don't do anymore. Ugly thing, which we don't do anymore. Everything else seems just improved. Okay, so we have just improved everything, regressed nothing. That's awesome. That is indeed awesome. Let's add in our tests also like a code thing where there's nothing. and one which is equal sign HTML. And let's have one where we have wrong HTML in it. So do we report on this at all? Yes, we do. Erroneous end tag. Oh no, and now this is wrong because this is this +1 now is wrong. So because with HTML we are precise, but with scripty we are not precise. This drives me insane. This drives me absolutely insane. And I blame I blame Markdown. The Markdown parser is not being nice to us. Okay. Page errors. Also, wait a second. Page errors. What errors are we even printing here? Page analysis errors, right? These are our errors. So let's not do the +1 here. Oh. I guess it's the other one. So it's this guy. Let's do it like this. Better. Okay, so we validate this. So this is a parsing error because we parse this. This is validated during parsing. Technically, we don't have to do this. We could totally and absolutely move this somewhere else. And that would allow us to remove a dependency in SuperMD on SuperHTML. Totally. Okay. So what do I want to do next? I think I want to maybe save and commit some of this stuff and then maybe port some more websites. or port some more websites and then commit this stuff afterwards. That's not a bad idea, honestly. Yeah. Also, Brandon sent me something via DM, which I want to check out. Let me see. Get Tracy to shut down cleanly and finish syncing the data even on macOS isn't quite as good as Tracy no exit. It requires that the connection has started before the app attempts to close. So if that app is super fast, it will still fail. But for many things, it just works. Okay, so how do they do this? Let's see. Tracy callback. Tracy wait for shutdown. Tracy shutdown.cpp. What? 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 That's crazy. I mean, that's very fancy. Although, I mean, I'll take the 100%, the 100 millisecond sleep hit that I have normally. So it's not a big deal, honestly. I'll take these otherwise. Let's add a warning message if we have Tracy enabled. Is there a way of centering text? Man, I wish there was a way of centering text. Like you select a line, and then you have a command that finds, does trim left, trim right, sees how much you have, and then it rebalances everything. That would be so nice. I'm gonna eyeball it. Eh, not bad. So warning, tracing enabled. Oh, but we right. There's a TSAN version also, but we don't have access to the TSAN information. Although I guess we can add it. Hello, Joban. I don't like the fact that this word touches the border. But the alternative is to maybe I can put everything on a new line. I guess. Okay. Perfect. So I guess I could just print this on. That should work in theory. Let's see what this guy has to say about it. Excited expression found pub. Fuck. I had to put it here. Missing closing curly. Oh shit, because it's printing, it's now double curly. Okay. Warning, this is a debug build of Zine. Warning, tracing enabled. Let's do also Tisan. Okay, there's a bunch of complaints about. Okay. Perfect. Okay, so we have a bunch of things. What is this? Zine malloc nanozone abandoned due to inability to reserve VM space. That's a Tisan thing, I guess. Okay, so let's get rid of Tisan. We don't need it now. Okay, so that works. Okay. So this is cool. Next. Wait, how do we fare with the official Zine website? So I have a ton of things open. Let's start closing some things. So I'm gonna keep this open. This one we close. This one we close. This one we used to build. CMark, I'm good for now. Exit. Zine SSG. There we go. So Zine SSG. Remove public. Zine release. Not bad. Diff. Table difference, but that's fine. No alt, that's good. Different table, that's fine. And then this. That's it. Okay, so we are still diffing great. Debug build plus tracing 240 milliseconds. I'll take it. I will take it. Okay, so this is all well and good. I guess we want to move to the next website. I think at this point, we need a multilingual website. That's the next progression. So I don't feel like we are ready yet for the official Zig website, but we might be ready for a multilingual website. And I believe we have one example. I think it's the blog from Chuki. He has, I think, English and Korean on it. So that's going to be our opportunity to improve things a little bit, I think, in that regard. Although, you know what, maybe we do a commit first. At this point, I think this is a good checkpoint for committing stuff before working on more multilingual support. Woof. Let's go do that. So where do we start from? So local super HTML, local scripty, local Tracy. Okay. Woof. Okay, let's start from Tracy. Up to date. So we can update this to non-local Tracy. Okay. Fuck, we named it GFM. Why are we naming it GFM? God damn it. Okay, so this is Tracy. The next we need to do GFM. What do we have in here? Okay, so the last comment is making it usable with multi-threading. Okay. So that is good. So yeah, we can just Zig fetch that. Almost. We need to... Okay. Just curious, how would multilingual be implemented? Like, let's say that the Zig file with all translations and possibly defaulting to English. So you need to create a new directory called i18n that contains one Ziggy file per localized variant. So you use language codes as names. So you create enus.ziggy. You create, in his case, it would be, I don't know actually what Korean is, ko, like ko_ko.ziggy. Let's assume that's how you do Korean. Maybe it's kokn. I don't know. And in there, you basically are able to create, it's a Ziggy file, so you can create like key value mappings. And in your key value mappings, you put like your strings that you want to localize, like menu entries, for example. It's entirely up to you how you want to use that. It's just available to you. Then when you define your main Ziggy file, instead of creating a simple site, you use another thing. You create a multilingual site, and a multilingual site has different fields in it, which requires you to define each language variant and where its content is, what the language ID is, that kind of stuff. Okay. So how are we doing here? We need to do scripty and super HTML. Let's go do scripty. So we added Tracy as a dependency. And I think it's mostly a matter of adding tracing. Okay. Local Tracy, so we need to add remote Tracy. Script is done. Now we can do super HTML. This guy needs scripty and Tracy. Okay. Do we Zig build test? We don't Zig build test. because we're not adding Tracy to our other things. Sorry. Yeah. So we add Tracy, but wait a second. We add Tracy to Super HTML. When we test, do we not add Super HTML as a module? The heck are we doing? Thank you. Yeah, sorry. So we add root as the root source file. And then we add Super HTML as a... Wait, really? Is there a better way of doing this? Can we do a root module and set that to Super HTML? I don't think we were doing this in a smart way before. Okay, so now it works. Can we Zig build non-test? Yes, we can. Okay, so we're good now. So actually, let me double check this. Do we Zig build test scripting now? Of course not. God damn it. It's the same problem. It's the same exact friggin' problem, right? Because I'm making a scripting module, but then my unit tests don't have a root module, they have a root source file. Root source file for this guy is fuzz. That in this case, this is correct. So for this guy, it's fine. Yeah, everything else should be fine. Panic. The root module of compile step was created with a known target field. Okay. Okay, dude. There you go. What did we do in here? So we added Tracy. It's mostly Tracy integration. It's pretty much entirely Tracy integration. And this. VM now asks for okay, did super HTML, now super MD, need to update scripty and super HTML. God damn it, file exists in multiple modules. So we create super MD. Why do we want link libc? Because of CMark GFM, right? We don't inherit it from here, so we need to do that. Okay, then we have docgen. What does docgen do? Yeah, this is entirely metaprogramming, so it doesn't care about any of these other things. Unit tests. Root module is super MD. And we're setting sanitize thread. Doesn't matter. Okay, not quite there yet. So we have this agreement between super HTML and this script UI. Script exists in multiple submodules. Okay, let me double check. Is our zone file okay, or do we have something stupid in Scripty? No, Scripty is fine. How does this guy disagree on Scripty? What does it do to Scripty? What do you do to Scripty? Oh, you don't pass shit. That's what's happening. God damn it, dude. Hey, Neuroside. Invalid option de-enable. Right, it's not enable. Where is it? Tracy. Happy now? Also, hi Neurosite with your new account. T-Sun. Then I'm calling GFM with sanitized thread instead of T-Sun. That's fine. Do you want to also update GFM? I mean, while we're at this, why not? There's T-Sun. Okay, do we have all of them up to date? Hopefully. Let's hope so. Can we Zigbee test now? Almost. Cool. So what's our diff? Tracy. And then extra validation errors. Okay, push. Woof. Did I make any change to scripty? No. Okay, so let's close some of these tabs. Oh man. Super HTML, Super MD, Tracy, and Scripty. Everything needs to be updated. Oh, flow syntax as well. Okay, right. Scripty. Super MD. Super HTML. I'm forgetting one. What was the last one? Tracy. Do we Zig build? We don't. What's the problem, officer? Options the Zig file exists in multiple modules. Son of a bitch. So how is this happening? We have Scripty, Super MD, Super HTML, and Tracy. So what is that options thing? It's Tracy that we're not harmonizing. We are not harmonizing. No. No. It might be something else. It's Scripty that we're not harmonizing now. This should be it. No, I got betrayed. What are we not harmonizing? Oh. That's one thing for sure. What are we not harmonizing? God damn it, dude. God damn it. Is it Tracy? No. Tracy just has enabled Tracy. Does SuperMD have TSUN support? I don't think it does it? I don't think that's what's causing the problem, but I don't think it does. Zite. And then there's flow syntax. I'm guessing it's flow syntax that is not harmonizing Tracy. No, there's no way it must. It has to. Oh. It is indeed a Tracy module. File exists in multiple modules. Which one of our dependencies is being asked then? Is it Ziggy? No mention of Tracy. We should be good. Hmm. Their TOEFL posted about it in the Software You Can Love Discord. So it's probably a project of his. And not exactly necessarily the same, but similar is Forest Z from Andrew, where he prints line counts, but the idea is that that also shows you your dependencies. So yeah, not exactly the same thing, but $94,000 lines of code. How many of those are three-seater? Three-seater has 31,000. So Zine is 80,000 lines of code. 18 are Super HTML. Super MD is just 2K, not a lot. Script is also not a lot. Chunky three-seater boy. Looks around three-seater should be around 2 million. I think there are some rules for something. Some things get ignored, so only some things get counted. I don't remember exactly what the rules are. Zine itself is 14K. I don't know what the rule is for three-seater. Yeah, we would need Andrew. Also, I haven't pulled this project in a bit, so maybe there has been updates because he was still working on it. Support all C comment types. Well, you know what? Let's do that. The heck? Oh, right. Does it still do this? Oh. Oh, no. There we go. As I said, I hadn't updated it in a while. Let's do without project total. Just final total sum. Total stats. See, yeah, you see yeah, here's the million lines of C code that you wanted. They're here. Jesus. 90 million lines of C code. Thank you, 3-seater. $94,000 lines of Zig. Not bad. Does Zig have a way to make executables that depend on dynamic libraries portable? Now I have to use install name tool to fix libraries, paths, and rpath if it depends on homebrew libraries. For example, CMake has fix up bundle. So Xmores. I'm not sure I know how to answer your question 100% because I think that dynamic loading, it depends what you mean by dynamic libraries, because if you mean doing DL open at runtime, then that should not be a problem because you just use relative paths and you load DLLs that you know the location of one way or another. If you mean dynamic libraries where the library declares, like, where the executable itself declares itself as dynamic, and it expects the system's dynamic loader to go fetch those libraries for it, the answer is those paths are always an annoyance to define, and there are some flags to modify how they get put into the executable. I believe that we diagnosed a while ago that some of these features are slightly regressed. So meaning that in some cases when you're using sysroot, you would expect the executable to contain relative paths relative to the sysroot, but they don't, I believe. Somebody tested this, although it wasn't myself, but this was something that happened recently. So the answer is yes, there should be ways for you to mess with how dynamic library paths get stored into the executable and thus get picked up at runtime by the system dynamic loader. Some of them might be some features might be regressed, but then you can still use external tools for sure. Like, for example, Nix has one of those tools. But in general, it's definitely a supported use case. Yeah, you can try running. Well, I was about to say try running Forest Z on it, but I guess technically you can. Although some of its dependencies are not going to be. I'm guessing they don't have a zone file, So yeah, just tried gnocchi for the first time. Well, enjoy. What was the sauce with your gnocchi? There's plenty of different sauces. Like the variety is roughly the same as with pasta. So you can have tomato sauce and mozzarella, ragu. Uh, you can have pesto. You can have just butter and sage. Yeah, sage butter. Oh, that's how they say it. Sage butter parmesan. Tomato sauce with basilico. Yeah, that's nice. So yeah, there's like a lot of variety. Okay, did I fix my stupid thing or is it still crapping itself? What was I doing here? I'm removing Tracy, right? I removed Tracy. I removed Tracy. Right. So now in here, in syntax, we don't pass Tracy anymore. Super HTML add import scripty. Why am I giving my scripty to Super HTML when it has its own? Okay, so that fixed it. What was it? Was that line or was it something else? So no, that line was inconsequential, but removing trace integration from flow did the trick, which is fine. Yep. Okay, so now with Zig build. Oof. And now we can add everything, basically. Ton of changes. Can I somehow show my hash function in the hash map collection? Yes. Normally you use auto versions of hash maps. So you're doing like you create a auto hash map. But if you drop the auto prefix, then the hash map will force you to define also a context type, and the context type will have to declare what does it mean to do equality between items, between keys, and how to hash keys. So that way you will be able to specify your hashing function, your equality function, and etc. Okay, there's a ton of things in this comic, but yeah, many things. Add Tracy. Add Tisan. Okay. So this was a big thing. Oh yeah, right. Thank you, Neurosite. Yes, I forgot to add cleanup code there as well. Uh, okay. So next thing. Yeah, let's do the website from Chuki. Where do I have it? So here's the website. Copy. Oh wait, maybe we had it here already. Yeah. Okay. Copy. Multi copy is in .ziggy. Let's look at his build.zig. He has 2 static assets. Oh, yeah. So this is going to be... Woof. This is going to be interesting. This is definitely going to be interesting. Okay, so this is not a site, but this needs to be multilingual. Multilingual site. I don't remember if how I called this thing. I can't go to definition? Come on, man. Why can't I go to definition? Can't I Zig build? Oh, this is still old style. That's why it doesn't work. Okay, so he hasn't upgraded this to Zig 014. Understandable. Multilingual site. And then locales, huh? I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay, what were we doing? I think I'm gonna put on some more thing. So, yeah, we want to port all this stuff to the new Ziggy file, and then try to build this website. Let's go. Okay, tea is warming up. So we were saying that we need to port this stuff. Zine.ziggy. So he has no title, because I'm guessing title is not even definable here. You have to define it per variant. Host URL, we have the value. Content layouts, assets. Layout and assets, that's for sure, yes. But not content. Instead becomes I18N. Then static assets. We have those. And then locales. And that's a map? No, that's a list. Let's see. Each locale has this stuff in it. Actually, I forgot that I could copy paste this stuff. That totally works. There you go. So we have NUS output prefix override, site title, content dir path. That is delightful. Okay, let's see how Ziggy, how Zine deals with this. And although I can tell you, it's not gonna work. Not first try, not second try. It's gonna take a while because we're gonna need to implement a bunch of things. But let's get there. I think we deserve a change of music. Okay. So yeah, let's watch it fail. Panic. Error while loading Zine config file. Multilingual site. Unknown field multilingual site. Well, what did I call this thing? I called it multilingual site. What's your problem, dude? Oh. Just multilingual. Vibe coding, yeah. Let's see. Access union site when field multilingual is active. Yes. So let's go to main. And now we need to account for multilingual websites for real. So previously we were hard coding this. Now this is more complicated. Now this is a switch. Hey, Infinite Coder, thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. Welcome. So, hello. So for the people who have just joined, we're working on a static site generator, and I'm adding multi-language support for it, internationalization stuff. So I'm basically turning a bunch of code that previously assumed that you only had one language, like one main version of the website, into one where you have multiple versions of them. And I'm finally doing the work to adapt this stuff. So this is not great. This is definitely not great. So this switch needs to be different. So we need to, at the end of the day, set something into build.variance. So that's what we do, I guess. So we do build.variance equals that. But then we do something more than just this. Compiler development, nice. Well, a static site generator, if you squint hard enough, is a compiler. You lower Markdown down to HTML. You have to squint though. If you don't squint, you're not gonna see it. Maybe also tilt your head a little. Transpiler, well, I don't know. I would consider HTML more or less the equivalent of assembly for browsers. No, but jokes aside, the pipeline is not that different. So, like, I have a first phase. Okay, I'm touching this code right now, so it's kind of broken. But like, I have a first phase where I scan content directories for source files. Then I look at which sections have draft set to true, so I disable them. Then after that, I'm gonna able to parse every single page. Then after I'm done parsing pages, I will analyze pages. I need to sort them, but that's a minor thing. So I will analyze them. And as I analyze them, I will report errors. Where is it? Oh, I'm also going to discover templates as I do this. But in any case, we report errors in parsing and analysis of Markdown files. And then after that, if... oh, this is just parsing. Never mind. So here we report parsing errors. Then if there were no parsing errors, we analyze those pages that didn't have parsing errors. Then after that, we report analysis errors. After, if there are no analysis errors, then where is it? More checking for URL collisions. At some point, yeah, if there were no collision errors, no parse errors, no analysis errors, no template errors, right? We also need to do template error reporting. Only then we render those pages. So the pipeline really looks like the one of a compiler. Okay, back to what we were fixing. So if it's a single site, this is basically code for multilingual. Well, for the single website, we just want to do this once without any for loop. Although we do want to do this still. So we alloc one variant. To be honest, we don't even need to break. We can make this a side effect. There we go. But if it's multilingual, then yes, we are going to have many of these guys. So multilingual.locales.len. There we go. Okay, this is not bad at all. So with this, we should have fixed the first problem. We still have a running build anywhere. Okay, we have a running build that somehow ended up that far. So I'm going to put it back. So now we build. Let's run and let's see what the next problem is. Let's see, access of union site when multilingual is active in worker 804. Okay. 804, what are we doing? Wait, what? We got all the way to rendering? Holy cow. So we know our variant ID. And boy, do we need it. Okay, so yeah, we're doing .site host URL .site title. Where we need something better. So CFG needs a function to grab this info out of this union. So we have CLI options. We have load, collect git info, scan site assets. No, if there's a getter, it needs to be inside of it's config that has it, right? Yeah. Get layouts, their path. Get assets, their path. That's fine. And we need also pub function get content, their path. Although we don't really care much about that one. We care about get host URL. If it's a site, we return host URL. Otherwise, m.locales. Right? No. What the heck is it, that thing called? Site title, host URL override. Right. Host URL override, or else what? Or else m.host URL. This code is a little bit too simplistic still. This is going to allow us to survive, but it's still a little bit too simplistic. No title in build locale. Really? Oh, it's site title. Okay, so we built. Next problem. Okay, let's see. Panic, rich unreachable code. Then result type mismatch. Bunch of weird printing errors. Script eval, string or int. Site page / link. Chuki. This is not allowed anymore, I think. Although it's It's reasonable. Like, how do you hint the index page otherwise? So I need to make sure that this is expressible somehow. Need to implement root? Yeah, maybe. I mean, it would be site.index at that point. I think, or home page, maybe home page. Home, I think is fine. Like instead of page, home. But you see that all this printing is out of whack, right? Oh, I know why it's out of whack. It's out of whack because we have, okay, so what's happening is that we're erroring out from multiple threads. And every thread is erroring out without holding the standard error lock. This is the first time that we see this happening. Well, it used to not be a problem. Now it is. So how do we do this? We have two options. Either standard error becomes something that we buffer and then we print at the end, or, well, this thing doesn't have a concept of locking. Honestly, also at this point, let's just give it a writer and call it a day. How do you do the threading? By the way, using an event loop? No, I have a thread pool. Like this is all very, very straightforward in the way it's scheduled. I have a thread pool. So at some point, I decided I need to parse a bunch of pages, and so I push a bunch of pages into a channel, and all those threads are waiting to pull from the channel. So they all pull from the channel, and so I have like 12 threads in the case of this computer or whatever your computer has, and they all run in parallel to build your website. Like this thing running on one of those R machines with 200 threads, you should see it parse 200 pages in parallel. Proper channel or a vec with a lock. It's a array with, so it's static, it's not even dynamic, although that's not important. And it does have a mutex and a condition, I believe. And I think that the readers are waiting on a condition. So I don't know, you decide if that qualifies or not as a proper channel. I didn't care too much about these specifics because I know that they can be improved in a fairly self-contained way when the time comes. So I basically copy pasted the channel implementation that I have for Bork and kept using that one. Okay, we need to improve these error messages. Also, I don't want to alarm anybody, but I think that these error messages might all be correct. And once we fix those error messages, then it's a matter of making sure that we output the right thing. So it's going to be a matter of matching the diff, which we will not match right away because I do not do properly all the like URL prefixing depending on your specific local settings. But yeah. Okay, render page. So what are we doing wrong? When we create the VM, we give it standard error writer, and we shouldn't. We should give it a buffered writer for this guy. So let's go do that. I think that we're gonna get a error from super VM. But let's go do that. Yeah, this type is, it's not gonna like this this writer, but we're gonna have to make it like it. No way around that. Also, are we locking SDR when printing? Yes. Okay, so this is good. Oh, and then we have shadowing errors, of course. Why wouldn't we? Okay, leave it at that. Then we flush out buffer, and then we say if greater than 0. I don't know even if it's worth pointing that out. Just print it. Yeah. Okay. One thing that we should say, we should return 1 if there are printing errors. So we need a way of communicating back to the main thread that an error, at least one rendering error happened. In any case, let's make these work for now. So how do we do this? Zone, then we need to change super HTML to the local one. Okay, then the function init. Yeah. Error writer. We expect it to be an FS file writer. Instead, this is going to be a std.arraylist u8 writer. Yeah. Let's see how this goes. Oh, straight up build? Wait, seriously? Are you lying to me? I think it's lying to me. It's building. Okay. Okay, so we panicked and we didn't print anything. Although something, well, I guess we panic at some point, and that's and so we never get to the end. Okay, LDB run. What's the panic? Wait, panic and then exit, dude. Are you serious? Why are these debuggers like this? Why is LLDB like this? I'm panicking. Why can't you catch this? This is so dumb. Reached unreachable code. Can you tell me where? Is this a... This is not even a release build. It's a debug build. Like, what am I supposed to do, man? GF2? What's GF2? I'm gonna check it out, but this sounds dangerous. I hope that my actual girlfriend doesn't find out that I'm looking for GF2. TUI debugger? Yeah, but is it an actual different project? It's a GDB front end. Okay, so you're basically suggesting to use GDB instead of LDB. I cannot use GDB on macOS. I don't think it works. I don't have it, and I don't think it even works. Well, regardless of what kind of interface it is, if it's an interface for GDB, then that does not help me. So, well, I guess the good news is that we know that the panic is in our super HTML code. So how do we solve this? I guess one way of solving this would be to I could move this work to Linux and try to debug it on Linux. That would work. Kind of annoying though. Kinda annoying. Cannot run in Vim. Wait, it didn't panic? Oh, there we go. Now we are panicking. Ooh. Delicious. Delicious race condition. But we were not failing at all originally. Okay, no, we were still failing. So we had the failing return code. We just didn't even print the panic. Okay. No, dude, you cannot do the same to me on Linux. Come on. You were supposed to be the one, man. You were supposed to be the one. You were supposed to bring balance to the force. Not leave me in the same exact freaking situation. Okay, long story short, we have gained nothing by moving to Linux. That's unfortunate. Here's another trick that we have in our at our disposal. So let's try it without Tracy, just to make sure. I don't think that Tracy. Maybe it's because we have Tracy enabled and we don't have a Tracy anywhere, and that's what causes the glitch. I don't know. No, still same problem. Same issue also with the debugger. Can't catch it. Okay, the single threaded. Let's make a single threaded build. Process exited with status 1. So we exit with status 1. But we don't error out. Okay, I think I know what's going on. I think I understand what's going on. Okay, I think I know how to diagnose this. Let's see, Collaboris. Hi. Sorry for not Zig related question, but I stumbled upon a problem while compiling the simplest C++ program. Did anyone have problems recently with heap corruption using SED containers like SED list and an order map with keys, items, type of integer types? Yeah. Forgot to mention macOS. Yeah, I don't know. Collaboris. Maybe somebody in chat will be able to help you. I don't know, man. I see colon. I know that's a language that I want to stay away from. It's like the instant I see colon, I'm like, yeah, no, thank you, I'm good. Sorry. That's as far as I can help with C++, which is not much. I'm aware. Okay, so here's my theory. So we git pull. And then we go to zone. Restore local super HTML. And here's what we look for. Process.exit. No mention. Template. Process.exit. No mention. Errors. Process.exit. No process.exit? Okay, that surprises me. Print, return error.io. If only I could live my life writing embedded code in Odin Zig. Yeah, I'm sorry. My life demands for me to refresh on C++ for potential jobs. Okay, so I expected to have exit in here somewhere, but we don't. So then the next question is, who has exit? Somebody, I think, calls exit when they shouldn't. Although that doesn't explain how we both panic and exit, right? Because the panic... I think the only solution is to put a breakpoint on panic. Shouldn't panic exit? Well, usually if you're debugging, you get a chance to react to that. You hit the panic, and the debugger gets a chance to stop your program execution right before it exits. So I'm thinking of adding a manual one, maybe. So maybe even in here, we can say like, where is it? Fatal, 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 fatal. One of those report, header diagnostic, return error dot fatal, highlight, print, header, and then fatal. Put a breakpoint right after it. Or even before. Yeah, let's just straight up put a breakpoint there. Son of a bitch. This didn't do much. Why doesn't the debugger stop on panic anyway? I don't know, man. I swear to God, I don't know. You never know with these things, right? That's the problem. You never fucking know with these things. I could try to strace. I guess the Linux version, what the Linux version has going for it compared to this one is that we get to strace stuff. You know, also, here's another way of debugging it. I'm starting to get ideas on how to debug it. What if we comment out Korean and we run it? Oh, now it doesn't panic anymore. Okay, I'm starting to understand what's going on. Never mind, I don't. What is the error code number? 1. Which looks a lot like a exit 1. So you know what? Maybe it's one of my fatals that's triggering. Okay, I was modifying this guy. But maybe this is really not worth it. So let's go modify my dudes in here. Have fatal.zig. Let's put a nice breakpoint. Exit with status 1. Rust 2, well, I don't know. I just don't like the colon stuff. It's a very superficial complaint. Obviously, it's not like you if that should not be the only reason why you avoid a language. But I find it tends to correlate with decisions, like with design decisions that I don't like. Let's go deeper. Put a breakpoint inside the standard library. Panic, reach unreachable code. So we hit some kind of God knows what. It doesn't even like what? So this is a panic that doesn't pass through std debug.panic. What other panics do we have? So here we have default panic with a bunch of traps. Oh, there we go. Fuck. It was the most mundane assert. It was the most mundane assert, but something goes wrong somewhere in the executable generation, and so that's the problem. The most mundane panic, huh? So which of these pages the final alternative? There we go. The RSS does. Of course it does. I should probably just fix that behavior. Invalid value in alternatives. Oh, I did it again. Oh, this is actually an opportunity. Okay, I get it what's wrong. So the error here is that I put a bad template path. So I wanted to fix the out path, but I fixed the template path by mistake because they have the same freaking name, right? It's RSS. Well, no, never mind. Close to though. So, and here I'm complaining about the wrong field. So let's fix this error because right now it's complaining about the wrong thing. Let's make this error complain about the right thing. And then I'm gonna fix everything else. That seems good. Okay. Whew. So how do we fix this? There's a place, which I think it's in main. So I think at this point we can get rid of this and restore the normal standard library situation. I think. In main, here we look at the alternatives. But this is not it. Although, yes. kind.path. Kind.path. Where do we do this the wrong way? I don't remember. I think it's an analyze front matter. No, here we do something very lightweight. So was it really this guy? We're complaining about path. Name path. And I guess we need layout. Yeah. That's much better. Okay, let's see how this looks like now. Invalid path in alternatives. No. Or rather, this should now be layout. Invalid layout in alternatives. Layout. Perfect. Did we succeed or did we fail? I guess we would have won. Okay, so never mind. We still panic, but we don't know why. God damn it, dude. Now this is not good enough. Default panic is not good enough anymore. No. I just noticed you focus on something for 10 minutes and feel like you conquered the world or something, but one distracts you. It's been 10 minutes. It happens. It happens. So we're kind of back to square zero. Now something else is pooping itself, and we just don't know what. There's more of the website out, but we don't know what. Let's add this to my fatal stuff, I guess. God damn it. God damn it. We are so close. Is this another alias thing? Oh, it's alternatives. This is the only one that mentions alternatives. So this is not it. Okay, let's comment out Korean. See how we do. Still exiting with 1. Commenting out Korean does nothing. Quick question. Are you familiar with any project in Zig related to data/streaming processing? I don't know what that means. Can you qualify a little bit better what you mean by data/streaming processing? You could argue that all that you do with a program is data processing all the time, no matter what you're doing. So I'm guessing you mean that in a more flavored manner. You're looking for a specific flavor of data processing and streaming. Are you talking like about something like Spark? Like Flink Airbyte. I don't know what Airbyte is. Open source data movement for AIs. What? Why does it have to be for AI? What? These fucking data companies, man. What does AI have to do with anything, man? Yo, wait a second. It's been a while. How's Mongo doing? Let's see. Is there any AI here? Yeah, no, I'm not gonna accept your cookies. Yeah, fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. Where's the AI stuff? Oh, Voyage AI joins MongoDB to power more accurate and trustworthy AI application on Atlas. MongoDB plus Voyage AI. Built by developers for developers. Yeah, I don't know, man. Case study, Toyota, Cisco, Lombard Odier, Novo Nordisk, Coinbase. Okay, you know what? I expected more AI. They just have a AI like what do you call it? Testimonial, basically. Not a ton of AI. They're still a database company mainly. Let's take a look at some of the competitors. How's Neo4j doing? Man, you remember when graph databases were a thing and now nobody gives a shit anymore? Where's AI? Where's AI? Fraud detection. Oh, there we go. Generative AI. Let's fucking go. What about non-generative AI? Dude, are you serious? What? Neo4j only does generative AI? It doesn't do any non-generative AI? Cringe. Holy shit, absolute cringe. Accurate, explainable generative AI with GraphRag. Nice. What are the other ones? Snowflake. So Snowflake doesn't need any AI pitch. Snowflake is a the Snowflake AI data cloud. But why? Why? They had a decent product already. Where your data meets AI. Period. Securely. Period. But they already, like, I don't get it. Well, I guess it's because, I guess it's because analytics is very open-ended. And so you could say, you know what, now there's like AI analytics. So like you already actually didn't understand shit about your business because you were fucking up of your queries. You were doing wrong operations. You were focusing on the wrong metrics. So you already didn't understand shit about what it is that you were doing. Still, the thing, the Snowflake was doing its job in it, at least. But now there's AI in the middle. So not only you don't get to understand shit, now you get hallucinated ideas from the AI. So then now you can do hallucinated data-driven decisions. So it's like you can still you claim that you're data-driven, but now it's basically just random AI bias that happen to be in the model for random reasons that are driving your decision making. Well, RIP. I'm guessing Elasticsearch is basically in the same exact boat. Elastic, the search AI company. Supercharge your skills at Elastic on. Dude, but these people are so fucking dumb. No, if you're making a conference for Elastic, you don't call it Elastic on. It's Elasticon. Like the C has to be big. What the fuck is this thing? Join us at an event near you. Wait, Elasticon is something else? Supercharge anything with search AI. Yeah, of course. Yeah, supercharge. They also love the supercharge. Is it me or we have already seen like supercharge happening like be written 3 or 4 different times already? Like what the heck, man? There's one dumb marketing guy that keeps circling all these stupid fucking companies and like saying, yeah, the message should be supercharge everything. It's like it's the same dude. It's the same dude changing job every 6 months, making every stupid startup do supercharge this, supercharge that. So Elastic on it's a thing. So okay, so it's not Elastic Conference now. It's just Elastic Pipe on. Why is it on? What does on have to do with what they're doing? I don't get it. You're invited. Join us, developers, architects, IT professionals, DevOps engineers, SOC analysts. What's a SOC analyst? Well, they're also gone there. Okay, what's the next AI company we should look into? Okay, what about this one? Dude, there is no way they also went all in with AI. Here, let's see how long it takes for us to stumble upon AI. What about MySQL? That's a good question. We should look at it next. Yo, financial services. media, advertising and marketing, retail and wholesale. Like, oh my God, actual things. Dude, there's no fucking way there's no AI in here. There's no AI. There's maintenance, availability, entertainment, retail. The only AI is retail. Learn about AWS. What is artificial intelligence AI? What is generative AI? Français. That's the only AI they have. So, you know what? Kudos to Amazon. No kudos. I'll tell you what's going on. They're basically just like, they probably have a mess in their like organization right now, and there's nobody that's able to touch that website. They probably have a AI rebrand that's like 7 months, a year or two overdue, and they're just not able to pull it off. So yeah, never fucking mind. MySQL. Yeah, I feel like this is not in the rat race enough. Oh, never fucking mind. There we go. Use automated and integrated generative AI and machine learning ML in one cloud service. Look at these guys. You can clearly see they are losers because they are still talking about ML. There's like the person who wrote this still thinks that ML means anything and like should be used. It's like they're trying to maintain a sense of balance and propriety, but it's like, no, dude, like everybody, like you should just get your nose deeper into generative AI's ass and just snort all the good stuff. If SQLite has AI, it's all over. No way. No way. No way. Dude, this website, last updated, last modified 2025. Never mind. They do modify this web page, but like, I don't know. I think it's their C compiler that modifies these, not them. Yeah, no AI mentioned. What about the other ones? Cassandra. AI. Availability, failed, available, repair, failure. Look, no AI. Well, you know that Cassandra is a goner. What are the other Cassandra-style databases? What else is there? There's more. Like I think there's a Rust one. What's the Rust rewrite of Cassandra? Cassandra RS. No, it's not Cassandra RS. Come on. Is it SurrealDB? Man, these fucking database names. No, Sheila. Yeah, it's Sheila. Oh, it's C++ Sheila? Okay, never mind. Build runtime apps faster with the world's most powerful multi-model database. Surreal. It's like, yeah, this is you going insane over the different data models. Turns out it's a key value store. By the way, I'm joking. I know nothing about this database, but let's pretend it's actually MongoDB behind the scenes, and then it's just like a bunch of sugar interfaces. It just has zero maintenance. Surreal Sidekick AI Copilot. Surreal Sidekick, your personal AI assistant for all things surreal. What? Well, in any case, they don't sell the thing as a kind of AI database. They have an AI Sidekick product. Meet your personal AI assistant for all things surreal. Introducing dogshit LLM chatbot. Let's go. Boom. Random question, hallucinated response. Let's fucking go. Yeah, truly. Now it's truly surreal. I have to say, you make a surreal database, but it's not truly surreal until it comes with a built-in chatbot that hallucinates database features. Let's go. Redis, the DACA. Are you saying Redis? There's no way Redis is going all in with AI, right? they're still on the faster application message train. Where's AI? Redis versus source available. What does that even mean? In Red, you have the proprietary thing, like, and then you have Redis Community Edition, and then grayed out open source Redis forks with a star. What's the star? Redis open source forks include Volkey, Redict, and others. Okay. It's like, man, look at this trash open source. Closed source best. Source available, fine. Open source, buh, buh. Man. Good old Redis Labs. Good job, guys. Good job. Okay, Oracle. I'm getting Oracle Italy. No, I want the original good juice. Data is the fuel AI needs. Oracle database 23 AI brings AI to your data, making it simpler. So I don't know, like, data is the gamer fuel that AI needs, apparently. Also, I don't get it. Why does this database bring AI to your data and not your data to AI? Why is it going that way? Why is it bringing the AI? Why is it not moving the data? Like, shouldn't the database, if the database has control over something, some kind of quantity, wouldn't that be the data that the database moves? I don't know. Mission critical workloads with AI. Dude, if your company has mission critical workloads that depend on AI, you're done. You're done. Why Oracle database? AI for data. Bring AI to your data with built-in AI vector search. Use the latest technologies such as retrieval augmented generation (RAG) and enterprise class LLMs. What are the enterprise class LLMs? With your own business data for more contextual and relevant results. That for data, mission critical for data. Okay, what other DBs are there? How about ArangoDB? Is that still alive? This guy used to be cool. The most complete and scalable platform for graph-powered generative AI. Of course. ArangoDB outshines the competition. Bunch of percentages that mean nothing. Navigate graph networks with ArangoDB Visualizer. Most complete and scalable platform for graph-generated AI, graph vector, document, full text search. No, dude, I wanted to read. Dude, I wanted to read your own text. Like, they have a thing that, like a carousel that keeps moving and you can't stop it. Like, you want to read, but you can't because it just moves. It's like the marketing guys, they don't even, they are so weak that they don't even think anybody would actually want to read their stuff. So they don't even set the carousel speed at a speed where they even assume that somebody could say, you know what, I want to read the garbage that you're putting on that website. And so at least give me the time. They assume that's not even a possibility. So it's just moving around so that it looks, more animated. I mean, don't you want your website to look more animated? Hackathon, building next-gen agentic app with RagGraph and NVIDIA QGraph. But why is NVIDIA everywhere, dude? Did these guys get bought by NVIDIA or something? Why is NVIDIA everywhere? You know what? You convinced me. I'm going to buy an NVIDIA graphic card now. Graph Hunter. The fuck is this? Graph Hunter. The year is 2026, and I'm a graph hunter. Dive into the thrilling world of Cogniware's Argos, a pioneering application that merges LLMs with knowledge graphs to tackle global crime and fraud, powered by ArangoDB. Each binge-worthy episode of this must-watch series will reveal more about Argos, from its inception to its operation. Dude, I don't give a fuck about what Argos is. Like, you even qualify whatever this thing is. It's like, this is a thing that belongs to somebody else. I don't know what this thing is. I don't know what these people are. So you're telling me that I should care about this thing, but I don't even care about who these people are. Like, you spent 4 words to repeat that this series is binge worthy and a must watch, which is completely redundant, and you're not even bothering to tell me what the fuck is Cognyware. So, what the fuck is this thing? Binge watch now. Dude, you press that button, you're done, because at that point you can't even just stop watching, and you can't even just watch a bit. You have to binge watch, right? You press the binge watch button, you binge watch. There is just no way around it. So I'm not gonna press it now. Oh my god, what is going on? What is going on? No, you know what's the funny thing? I'm not sure. I bet you that an AI would do a better job with this. Oh, no, bet maybe not. But I suspect that an AI could do a better job at this. This seems like really unbalanced in a kind of cringy way. At GraphML and GraphRag today, no cost, no risk. Trying to get your Gen AI projects off the ground fast? No. Qualify for a 2-day, no-cost, quick start where you can get GraphML or GraphRag running quickly for your generative AI projects. Rapidly demonstrate the value of cutting-edge graph data science with no risk or cost. Qualify today. Why is this fucking button bouncing back and forth? What is going on, man? The marketing at ArangoDB is wild. You can tell, by the way, that this is not a US company. If I remember correctly, ArangoDB is from Germany. I think you can tell that it has very different roots, which in some ways are less sophisticated. In some other ways, it's, at least it's different. At least it's not supercharging. Wait, before I say this, let me double check. Okay, there's no mention of supercharging anywhere in the page. There's Graph Hunter though. Holy shit. Explore the ArangoDB difference. Watch these 2-3 minute videos to understand ArangoDB's differentiation. Dude, so 2-3 minutes, that's already too long. Problem number 1. Problem number 2, what is this aspect ratio? Like, what is this fucking 4/3 aspect ratio? So first of all, this is not 16:9. But then also, it shouldn't be. It should be a short, right? You clearly want to have like shorts here. By the way, okay, you know what? Let's watch a little bit. It's a clip from a talk. It's a clip from a online talk where the guy is talking in a webcam at 15 FPS. Yes. Also, the audio quality. So wait, let me pause the music. So there's also random music. Also, the microphone quality reminds me of Flash. Does anybody remember the like shitty, I don't know, 5 bytes per minute MP3 sound in good old Macromedia Flash games? It's it just needs a dog barking, yeah. Anyway, run on any cloud, deployment options. Okay, let me get back my own music. Develop with your favorites. With your favorite what? Clients. Okay. One query language to rule them all. This is too long, dude. Like, this page it goes way too deep into the details of this product. Like, this is not how you do the front page. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to the marketing people at OrangoDB, but like, you guys need to rethink your strategy, with all due respect. Although, to be fair, it's not like making a better homepage would make much of a difference. Like, I know that these databases try to min-max the fuck out of everything so that they can get and become to public and get an exit, but still, I don't know. Shall we binge watch? Look, that button is this button that moves around is scary, but this button, it's intimidating. But I also want to click it. I have to be honest. I don't think I would want to clip it. I don't think I would want to click it if it did not say binge. Like, you have to be bold to say that it's binge watch now. Not just watch, binge watch. Got any questions? I'm happy to help. Say goodbye to your day. I clicked it. Graph Hunter, harnessing generative AI from knowledge graphs to LLMs in advanced crime fighting. Why is advanced crime fighting? Everything is like uppercased. Okay, title cased. Get ready to embark on a journey into one of the most exciting applications combining LLMs and knowledge graphs. Cogniware's Argos, a groundbreaking solution to fight global crime and fraud that is built on top of ArangoDB for the most advanced and ambitious graph RAG and AI-driven chatbot application in the market today. Each binge-worthy episode will peel back another layer on Argos. How it was conceived, how it works, and the possibilities it can offer for a myriad of other use cases, supply chain, network asset management, other buzzword, and many more. Secure your spot today and get your popcorn ready for the first episode. Episode 1, Episode 2, Episode 3, Episode 4. Also, they publish all 4 episodes. I'm fucking scared by this. Also, okay, so what even is this thing? It's like, I assume that this thing was a book. Is this like, but it says watch, so it's not a book? Is that a video? But if it's a video, what kind of video is it? Because we saw the production quality of the stuff that they have on the front page. So this is not like a TV series, right? They don't have the map. Like, they can't even get decent stuff on the front page. There is no way they can blow like some kind of, that they can blow some kind of like, I don't know, Hollywood budget on this shit. So the heck is that? Also, Cogniware is not just a fiction thing. So Cogniware doesn't just exist in universe. It also exists in our universe. I thought that the Cogniware were the bad guys for some reason or something. I thought it was some kind of like Minority Report kind of situation where this stupid fucking AI hallucinated a future crime and then some dude is about to go to jail because of that. It's about ArangoDB and CockroachDB kissing. Oh god. The Genesis idea. Frameworks of the mind. Showcase of shadows. Deep. I'm scared. So this presentation is. It's like it's so grandiose. I don't get it. Like there is just no way we are not gonna be horribly disappointed when we press the button. Oh yeah, of course. Event recording. These motherfuckers is a webinar. It's a fucking boring webinar. It's just a fucking webinar. Yeah, I'm not gonna give them my email address for what it is guaranteed to be the most fucking boring and dry webinar ever held at 15 FPS. You know, it's like you have cinema. Yeah, you have cinema, and it's like you have what is it? Europe 25 frames per second, US 24, and then you have webinar and it's like 15 frames per second. There is just no way. Yeah, like why combine forces? I'm sorry guys, I'm pulling out. It's like we went from binge watch. We went from binge watch to watch the recording. So we went from there is no way you are not gonna do anything other than binge watch to just watch the recording of our webinar. You lost me. If this had still been as confident as the button on the front page, is this button was still going all in and say, yeah, you need to binge watch this. This is the event of a lifetime. Maybe I would have continued, but like they have lost some confidence. They don't believe in themselves anymore. Now it's just an event recording and there's a button to watch the recording. By the way, what happens if I put random stuff in here and I press the button? Nothing happens. Oh no. It's not even gated all that well. And it's just a full screen slide with a guy in the top right corner with his name from a Zoom call where his webcam is also covering some of the title. Dude. Like you were selling me on this fucking like AI themed Blade Runner thing set in modern times, maybe slightly into the future. You know, you said it in the year 2100 or something like that. Or maybe you make the viewer think that it's like 50 years from now, but then there's like this twist at the end where it's actually 1 year from now. And like you can also, but it's 1 year from now only if you buy ArangoDB. If you don't buy ArangoDB, then it is going to be 100 years from now or like 80 or something. Instead, it's a Zoom call. I don't know. Graph Hunter is it Martin? Is Martin the Graph Hunter? Who is the Graph Hunter in the end? We'll never know. We'll never know. Who the fuck is the Graph Hunter? also there's another aspect about being the graph hunter, because so if you think about Blade Runner, in Blade Runner, the protagonist is hunting androids, right? But the point is that these androids are like, they're outdated, they're relics of the past. Because the idea is that, if I remember correctly, maybe people that have seen Blade Runner in more recent times or more times than me can correct me if I'm wrong. But I believe that the story is that there used to be these androids that were used in the past. They also were used in like some kind of like multiplanetary battle, and so they're basically they need to be decommissioned because they have, I don't know if they developed free will or what, but the point is that they are like, it's not like all androids are gone. Androids still are around, but these are old, they are dangerous, and so they need to be decommissioned. So from using that lens, the idea of Graph Hunter is that graphs, and in a sense, graph databases are outdated. They're technology that served its purpose in its time, but now they're not needed anymore. Now they're too old. They're dangerous. They're clunky, and it's time to decommission these rogue graphs, because now graphs are not a thing anymore. Now everything is actually a neural network, right? So everything that previously was a graph now needs to conform and become a neural network. And so just like these road graphs still around, it's like, there's this graph that knows about smuggling across Europe. And so it's like there's this graph that since it has that knowledge inside of it, knows where to hide. So uses the same hide spots as old European cigarette or gun traffickers used, and they know where to get those stashes, so they know where the hidden guns are stashed, and so that's why that graph is like dangerous, because as you try to approach it, it will move from hide location to hide location, and maybe like get access to guns and shoot at you, that kind of stuff. So that's how I imagine a graph hunter would operate in 2025. But it's a 57-minute long webinar with Martin covering part of the title, and no graph hunter inside. So there's also like, why there's also there's also wait, I just read these questions. There's also this, like, we went from who is secretly protecting the graphs. It's like there's also this entity that is like secretly in the shadows, maybe making these graphs go rogue. And now we went from like these questions to, and like you need to uncover how this whole like gigantic system that graph hunters use to catch rogue graphs, and how this whole system works. And now we have, what person calls Martin the most? What is the most active day for phone calls of Martin? What was doing Martin on last Monday morning and with whom? And it's like, these questions are not nearly as exciting, honestly. but also, dude, like, you don't need AI to answer the questions. You don't need AI to answer these questions. You probably don't even need a database, like a graph database. I don't mean to sound disrespectful, but I think even MongoDB is probably good enough to answer these questions. Like, I would like to apologize to the ArangoDB people, but I have to say it. I genuinely think that even MongoDB would be good enough. Like, honestly, just give me a CSV file. I can probably make do with CLI utilities and a CSV file. my god. Oh my god. I how did we get from one thing to the other? It's insane. By the way, I'm crying. I'm genuinely crying. How did we get from one thing? Like, what person calls Martin the most? Dude, I don't know. It's like filter calls where the recipient is Martin and then aggregate counts on who the caller is. Why do you need this graph hunter? Frameworks of the mind. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, Showcase of Shadows. Man, that one is the one where you would expect Graph Hunter to have like this big idea to be the most interesting one theme wise, but then it's the first one. They didn't have the budget. You can tell that like a bunch of like camera work is very zoomed in because they didn't have the budget to set like these big set. They couldn't afford to have like every single set and like be different. So a lot of things are like very like they are like what do you call them? Like first person shots? No, it's like very like portrait shots where you don't see much of the background because of that. Then episode 2, so but they do get like publicly acclaimed. So second episode, bigger budget, gets more serious, starts like fleshing out some of the main sub themes they were only hinted at in Graph Hunter. So like in the first one, in Genesis Idea. So now you start seeing some of these other things that help you give like that helps do the world building a little bit more, right? Now you know more about the world. Now you start getting invested in the Argos project, and now there's more variety of crimes that gets tackled. Also, bigger budgets means that now they can actually have different settings, and so that also helps with world building. And so you get out of episode 2 where it's like you're super fucking invested, and now episode 2 can also like even have a setup for this kind of grand finale thing. And so you would expect Showcase of Shadows to be like mind blowing. It's third episode, got a ton of budget. They can afford like even the fancy distorted lenses. What's the name of those lenses that you can afford? Anamorphic lenses. So everything is shot anamorphic, big budget. Now you're starting to see like the big bad guy turns out to be like some kind of very famous actor, and like it's basically supposed to be all over the top, right? And you have like this final showdown. But it's actually a recording of a Zoom call. Well, I mean, it is what it is. I'm dead though. I'm absolutely dead. I'm absolutely dead. Why do they have a chatbot? Because all these stupid database companies have a chatbot where they try to basically put you in contact with salespeople. So the way it works, and this one is not this. Okay, what I'm about to say is not in universe. This is actually true. It happens in our universe. So in our universe, so it's not just with Argos and Cogniware. Also, this is in the third one is the one where you start picking up on the idea that Cogniware is actually not all that good, right? Like in the first 2 episodes, you think that Cogniware it's the good guys, but now you realize that there might be something rotten to the core in Cogniware. And that's what gets explored in the fourth one. The fourth one is where the whole truth comes out, and it turns out that like the protagonist was like time traveling, and like the help that the protagonist got from some anonymous person, like the anonymous tip, the anonymous help that they got, it was actually themselves going back in time to help themselves, that kind of stuff. In any case, so, okay, go back to reality. So the way this stuff works at database companies, or at least as far as I've seen it, is that you tend to have two main kinds of salespeople. Maybe you could even say three. So you have account managers that are like business people, basically. They only deal in business. They know very little about the technology. They know very little about they're not software engineers. They maybe will make themselves acquainted with the main talking points about the product. You know, they will know that it's a graph database. They will know that it's a multimodal. They will know that it's supposed to be fast, flexible, or whatever the main selling point of the product is. But they are not software developers. Then you have technical salespeople. Those are usually called solution architects. And solution architects, their goal is to sell, but they know, at least they should know, the technical aspects. Not all of them do. You have plenty of solution architects that are not software engineers at all. Sometimes software, especially with database companies, you can have also people that have experience doing operations, then move into a solution architect role. And when I say operations, I mean operations as in DevOps, but without the dev, only ops. Some of them do know also DevOps. So you also have people that come from that background. So they're not software engineers, and they will not be like as proficient when it comes to, you know, the pure aspect of programming, but they will be more acquainted with, you know, the bigger architectural picture, where the database box fits in the, you know, in the solution graph drawing thing that they sell to the client. So, or rather, whatever architecture the client has, where they want to slot the database into. Then there's a third type of salesperson, and this is like, they are in a sense the ones that have the hardest job. I think, I don't remember what they're usually called. I think they are I forget the term. Something representative. In any case, this last group of people, they don't have a ton of business experience. They don't have any technical experience. What they do is that they basically deal with the coldest leads. They do cold calling. They are the ones at the other end of these chatbots. So they are basically, it's like they are the call center of the database company. And I remember at Redis Labs, the way it worked is that there was like a group of these people. They had their own office because they're very noisy, because they are basically into calls all day. And keep in mind that the calls that they do, 99% of the time, are cold calls. So they get the phone shut in their face a lot. And whenever they do make a sale, or rather, it's not even necessarily a sale, because what they do is just basically get somebody deeper into the funnel. And whenever they get somebody into the funnel, I remember that at least at Redis Labs, they had like a bell on a wall. So every time they something went right, they rang the bell. And let me tell you, they didn't ring the bell a lot at Redis Labs. Not because they were necessarily bad. Well, to be honest, it's not like I can really evaluate with too much precision, but I don't think they were particularly bad. What the point is that for them, it's like, statistically speaking, it's like 1 in 1,000 calls or something like this. It's like, it's obscene. So it's like they are basically doing the business equivalent, the modern equivalent of like looking for gold flakes in a river, in a very shitty river for gold flakes, if that makes sense. So like they're there looking at the rocks, moving the sand away, and it's like it's horrible. Sales staff outnumber devs 5-1 in my company. Let me think about Redis Labs. I think in Redis Labs, devs to sales 5-1. Sorry, sales to devs 5-1. I think Redis Labs must have been at least 15-20-1. I think there were like in total maybe 20 developers. And there were, I think, more than 200 salespeople. Way more than 200. Yeah, probably more than 400 as well. You know what? Maybe I'll take this back. Let's say 10-15. Maybe not 15-20. Let's say 10-15. Like, yeah. So not to downplay your number. Your number is already extremely skewed. But yeah, it gets even worse. I wonder how things are going at ArangoDB. Like, I wonder how many devs they have versus salespeople. And also, I wonder what the ratio is between developers and graph hunters at ArangoDB. Like, they must employ more than one graph hunter, right? In any case, this was a fucking adventure, I have to say. We went from binge watch now to graph hunter. Okay. This was fun. I'm sorry. I lost track of what even the original question was. Does Zig do any stuff of this kind? For what it's worth, you can take, I guess, the C and C++ libraries and use them from Zig. But I think right now people are not doing a ton of that work with Zig. That said, I would say we cannot state with full certainty that there are no graph hunters using Zig. Out there, I think there is a Zig graph hunter. And so if you're a graph, watch out. Binge watch. Binge watch now. Insane. Absolutely insane. So now we're back to the sad state of an assertion tripping that we're failing to catch. Oh, you know what? Oh, maybe, wait a second. That explains why we're not hitting panic. Because I think we're using assert, and assert triggers an unreachable, which in turn should trigger the panic. But I think something goes whack in that situation. So maybe putting this stuff in the assert is the solution. But we can't. Oh, we can't print. Okay, we can't print because it's called a comp time. That's fine. There we go. Up. Is power of 2 any type. Assert that int is greater than 0. And we're failing at that. Huh? Wait. Oh, I'm dumb. I'm basically breakpointing on the first assert, even if the assert is okay. We need to only trip the assert if it's not okay. And now we're failing. So this is not it. I wonder what we're doing wrong that causes the Zig stuff to go out of work. It's kind of unfortunate. What if we made it release safe? I don't think this is going to improve things much, but you never know. Oh, also, you know what? We should try maybe deleting the cache. Maybe that might help. Never mind. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think we need to start basically. We need to do some debug printing. We need to print which pages we start analyzing, which pages we end analyzing, and then see what we fail to end analyzing or something. Also, you know what it might be even? I might have some other alternative assert somewhere because at some point I was having trouble with stack traces on macOS with Zig. This is in the past. And maybe some of that code is still around. I do think that we're crashing while analyzing those pages though. Sorry, while rendering those pages. So yeah, you know what? Let's start by testing if that's the case. So give me a sec. I'll go to the bathroom briefly and then I'm gonna continue. I think I know what to check for next. So I'll be right back. I'm back. And I'm the graph hunter. One shot, one node. Oh well. So before I left, I actually knew what I wanted to do. Now I'm blanking a little bit. So the question is, where do we how do we diagnose what's going on? Because assert is not it. There's a few of these other asserts. You think Zine standalone can be used to make a whole new website with nothing fancy, or is it best to wait? I would wait a little bit more. I would still use main branch Zine. So make the website with main branch Zine, and then when it's time to switch to standalone Zine, it shouldn't take much work, just a little bit. The problem with this is that there's a lot of stuff that I still know it's borked. A lot. So I know about it. It's just a matter of doing it. And I want to have a logical progression in a sense. So I think it would be annoying for me to prioritize things that I want to prioritize, and annoying for you if you had a block here that I don't want to prioritize. So sit tight. Use main branch Zine. I'm sure that you will find borked stuff in standalone Zine once it's time. But for now, it's just a little bit too early. Like there are a few things that are like clearly like currently hard-coded, oversimplified. So I just need to get through those first. I would say the moment that I'm able to port the official Zig website, which is pretty much next in line, but will require some work. So after I'm done porting the official Zine website, the official Zig website, I think at that point, standalone Zine will be in pretty good shape. Wait for other thread to finish panicking. I guess the problem is that we're getting panics from multiple threads. Oh, you know what, then? Wait a second. What about single-threaded? What happened with single-threaded? Did that work or fail? Come on. Single-threaded has to work well. I think this panicked. Yeah. Please. Even single-threaded. How? Well, you know what though? Here's the good part about single-threaded. Now we go into main and we add prints. pscan underscore md path rendering index smd, and that's where we die. Interesting. So, okay, then why do we die? Man, this is the shittiest debug printing ever. Line 901. Okay, so we 100% panic while running this stuff. Okay, so we panic inside here. Okay, you know what? Breakpoint. Like right away, continue, and then wait. That's on me. It should have been step, I guess. Step. 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 Next. Step. Template init. Templates append. Report syntax errors. Discover template. Get layout stir path. Maybe that's the bad function. Wait, are we actually erroring out, or are you just lying to me? Yeah, it's just lying to me. Oh shit. It was me all along. I did this to myself. So in reality, when we encounter a fatal error, we don't want to exit right away. Not even in a way that we can trap. God damn it. So we want something different. So if we find a fatal error, basically what we want. So here's how it works. We should assume that if there's an error message is in here. So we assume in fatal, we assume that there was an error message, which we print. And then we should somehow set something in main that says that an error happened while rendering this page. So that main knows with which exit code to exit. Although at the same time, we could just have the function that contains an exit code. Well, in any case, you know what we can do in any, for now, though, we can fatal here, I guess, or exit, I guess. Yeah, this is still fine, actually. God damn it, so we don't need it single threaded, we don't need any of this stuff. It's on me. I did this to myself. I thought I was the hunter, while in reality, I was the hunted. And look at it now. Now this is better because now we don't have the errors overlap each other anymore. But we do have the downside. Yeah, I'm my own worst enemy. Okay, so now you can see that we have the problem that we exit early because somebody else also wanted to print, was busy printing to standard out, and we kind of murder them as they were trying to. So yeah. Okay. Let's implement this in the nice way where we basically atomically set the failure thing in main. Let's do it like this. Main, up top, we have, I guess we can do pub var exit code. And it's an atomic value. And we set it to a U8. It's an atomic byte. And we started with 0. And then at the end, we wait all workers, we wait Tracy if needed, and then we return exit code dot. Well, we don't return anything. Although we have the first that want to run. So we want this function to be able to return. But at the same time, it doesn't really return errors ever, right? Yeah. So we use the U8 method. Oh, we're not even main. We are run. Interesting. Perfect. well, acquire release, I think. But in this case is acquire. Yep. Okay, so at the end of run, we don't do anything. And then in worker, we have main. Don't have main. Yeah, no, we do have main. We just import GPA from it. There we go. Probably shouldn't do this because I don't want to make a copy of it. This one can go here at this point. Okay. Release. Okay. Let's see now. Also, I wanted to put a new line in here. Hey, Jim. I don't know, dude. I don't know, dude. Somehow something seems fishy. Index SMD. Something seems fishy. The thing though is this. Oh, wait, no, that's entirely on me. We need to return on fatal. Of course. There we go. And then we have a panic. 871. So we finally get to see 871. I did not save main. Access of union site. Okay, it did not rebuild. I rebuilt, and now we're, I guess, kind of happy or not. So there we have it. Okay, now let's go fix these errors, because these errors are actually correct. Like, you should not be able to do this. Side page and then just a slash, that's bad. So let's take a look at what we have at our disposal. Site. Local code, local name, link, asset, and then page. Find the page by path. Paths are relative to content directory. You should exclude the markdown suffix. Blah, blah. Then pages, and then locale. So we're missing index or home. Because previously you were able... What about accepting an empty link? Maybe we could say the page with no argument is the home page. So we do path validation, which means no empty. Remote white space, path is empty. So we don't accept an empty path. Although, yeah, I think it's a good idea to not do anything special in this case where everywhere else it's wrong. In this case, it should be fine. Let's add home, maybe. Yeah. Okay, now this thing match, inner match, yank. Why does it match inner match? Why does it match this much? I think it matches way too much. God, this completely broken stuff with receiver, it's so annoying. So we have to make it a function because it could error out. Okay, we have it. Let's go fix those pages, which is basically everything in base. Let's go, page fault. Zine map. Oh, I bet you that this is one of the translations. So we're in run. We're in call. No, I think we went past it. Call. Yeah, I think this is what we're looking at. Is that the custom LDB fork? No, I can't use that one because it requires being able to use the custom backend. So this is so far just stock LDB. But I can tell you that the debug info sometimes is a little bit out of whack. Like it jumps back and forth sometimes in ways that make no sense. And I believe that Jacob Lee has these fixed in the fork. Well, fork, or rather, it's not the fork itself, right? It's the generated debug info by the custom backend. I think we are not seeing something that we should see, which is, I guess we're not seeing the fact that we're calling this function get or, but let's try going up maybe. Yeah, no, it's a text. Yeah, somehow we missed it. I feel like there's a missing layer here because we're at map 57. Although, you know what? Maybe I'm dumb. Maybe this is get or. Is this get or? Let's see. It is get or. Yeah, we were inside get or. Never mind. It was fine. Okay, so the problem is that we're trying to access internationalization stuff, and we don't load it. We don't load internationalization stuff yet. So next step is loading this info, if present. I'll get back to Uscope soon, to Microscope soon. Nice. Took a new job. Ooh, so I've been busy prepping for that. Nice. Do you feel like sharing what you're gonna do now? If not, that's fine, of course. So let's go in main. It's at Blue Sky. Okay, cool, nice. So when is a good moment to load internationalization stuff? That is a good question. So here's what I'm thinking. What I'm thinking is that here, as part of the work to load a variant, we also load its IATN stuff, because every variant has its own I18N, I believe. And now I'm also curious. Wait, how does I18N work? because I18N is always set to the language of the variant currently being rendered, right? Yeah. Doing backend server work. Nice. By the way, Jim, are you going to be at the next Systems Distributed? Do you know? Oh, you got a wedding. Rip. Okay, so the idea is if the local code is not null, then we also fetch that. So we also want to modify the definition of a variant to also have a I18N map, basically. How is that defined? How is it defined in here? It's a map.ziggy map. What's a Ziggy map? It's a dynamic map of Ziggy dynamic values. Yeah, which surprises me that it's not defined in Ziggy. There's no definition of that already in Ziggy anywhere, easily accessible, but yeah, that's what it is. Which defaults to empty, I think. There's no empty, but there is a default. So default value, which interestingly, we don't use for anything else, but it's fine for this one. Yeah, I think it's fine for this one. But no, I get it. It's because we set it in any case on assignment. So yeah, fine. Okay. Okay, as I'm scanning stuff, I get here and I say if this is present, Then we want to load that file. How do we load it? Yeah, have a nice day, Jim. So how do we load it? How did we load it? So we would read the file, understandably. Then we would then we parse it, which also means that there can be a parsing failure. Which we do want to report. Also, the local code was grabbed from the I18N path. Interesting. By calling stem, that is very interesting. So instead of passing everything, but we don't have an already made path for that, so never mind. Do we have anything from the build? Like, do we have the build as a whole here? No. Contender path. I guess we can add like a multilingual argument. I guess we could add a multilingual argument here and just stuff both locale and dir in here. Something like this. So where did we put errors? We had collisions append. Wait, all errors here, all possible errors are collisions, nothing else? Oof. That is indeed a thing, huh? That is certainly a thing. This is certainly a thing. So I guess we need to make space for a potential I18N diagnostic, I guess. Yeah, basically this is, I guess, the idea. And then we do fatal file. Okay. Give me a sec. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. um, okay, we're not doing bad. So we have this concept of a multilingual scan params, which I guess we assume are going to be defined in worker. Technically, we should be the owners of that stuff, not worker. So you know what? We define them here. Mm-hmm. There we go. Undeclared identifier multilingual. What do you mean? How the heck did I call it? Multilingual. Wait, where's my button? Okay. So source is going to be read file alloc options, GPA, file path is going to be name, max bytes is going to be ziggy.max size, size hint 0, alignment 1, optional sentinel 0. Okay. So we have source, and then we need to parse it. Oh, path. So Ziggy diagnostic, I guess we need to do dot path equals null by default. But I mean, here we do path equals something. You know what? No, let's keep it relative. This does not have to be here. It can be here. And then we do Ziggy parse leaky. What's our type? Type is going to be context.map.ziggymap. GPA code is going to be source options. This is the diagnostic. It has an array of errors. So we do parse leaky and then we catch. Although I don't remember which errors we can get. One is going to be out of memory then, which is fine. So we do this and then we say I18 n equals this. And then we do this at the end. Okay, this all seems great. Let's see what the errors are that we are not dealing with. So main now is different. Yeah, no more local code. Now multilingual is null. I think this is how it has to be. So let's add a I18N there to build. Why does everything have a default value here? I'm actually surprised. Most things here have default values, not everything though. What happens if I take those out? Now I'm kind of curious. Also here for config, we need one more getter. We can assert. Actually, we don't need a getter because it's this is something that we assert. Like we can straight up assert. We should assert on it. Do we want to iterate on it though? We don't really want to iterate on it. Christopher T, I had an addition I'd like to make to the Zig standard library. What's the best way to get feedback on if it would be something they'd like? There's the ZSF Zulip. So if you go on the communities page and you scroll to the very bottom, there's a link to the ZSF Zulip. In the ZSF Zulip, there's a channel dedicated to the standard library. So not the compiler one, but the one in the standard library. And you can create a new topic there. Maybe consider searching also first, just in case. But that's one good way. So I don't think we want to iterate on this directory because we only want to open files for languages that we know of. There's no point in complaining about files that don't belong there. So okay, so with this, we're good. Now back to main. This does not exist. We need to assert on it. So, we even have ML already. Language code, which is wrong. First time you've heard of Zulip? Brace for impact. It's not going to be super comfortable to use right away, but it's not a bad tool. It forces every discussion to be inside of a topic, so it's kind of like everything is threads. But it works well for the kind of work that you want, like the kind of discussion that you want for Zig, where there's a lot of like different things happening in concurrency. Oh, we finally see the errors. Overflow, out of memory, missing front matter. In our case, it's not possible. Syntax. So Oh, what a trick. What a trick. Okay, so we built. Now main, we need to check for these errors. So the idea is after we're done scanning the variants, contenders, well, let's say variants. Variants done scanning their content. Stop here if there is no content to analyze. Now, what does a error in I18N mean for us? An error in the internationalization stuff means that we cannot render, but we can do everything else. We can analyze everything. So what I think we should do, so here we're scanning variants. I think these two scans should be glued together, and we should also at the same time do the error checking. So var I18N errors. How do they call this stuff down below? Yeah. Okay. I18N errors equals false. Then var any content equals false. Then we scan all variants. And then we say basically this. If the length is different than 0, then any content equals true. Then we scan all sections. I think we can even do it like this. Then I18N errors. If v.I18N diag dot errors is greater than 0, then we want to print the error and set I18N errors to true. Then if we get here, if not any content, then we do this. Then we do everything up until we do all the error checking before rendering. There we go. Perfect. So this is how we were printing earlier, this stuff. So let's see. So we want to print the path. We also need access to the source, which we don't have right now. So we need to keep a handle on that as well. Then full path. I think is simpler. No, I need path join, which I can do. I can do path join FMT. Oh, I think that's actually it. Wait, is this not a thing? Is this outside of path? No. FNT join. God damn it. Oh, we don't have the language code for this one. Oh, but we have the path inside of. Let's have the diagnostics. Wait, why are we doing this? We were doing this for the path. Right. You know what? I'll take it. Okay, so now we need to create I18N source. What's the problem now? All right. Okay, so now we have something else. Let's see. Error accessing file enus.ziggy file not found. Yeah. So this error message is crap because it doesn't. Wait, where's my error message? This is a fatal file, right? Yeah, this is a fatal file. Some of these things should not be fatal files because maybe they deserve better errors. But they definitely deserve also they clearly need a path of some kind. We'll figure it out. Oh, let's go. New segfault now. Let's introduce an error in one of the these files. Okay, there we go. This is this is a bit ass, but okay. Okay, what are we doing? We are in map. We're in map 57. Oh, yeah, I get it. We're basically back to square zero because we're not wiring in the I18N. There you go. Result type mismatch. A script evaluated to an expected type. Site.local code. Guess what we're not doing? We're not setting local code on a site. Guaranteed. So we need to set that. I was smelling that was going to be the next problem that we were going to face. Only available in a multilingual website, which is what we have. Scripty. Which is definitely what we have. So where is this stuff set? It's site, right? That has this information. Multi code name. Yeah, we're not setting this stuff here. Okay, so meta kind simple. Well, no, it depends. That kind equals switch build.cfg, right? And then if it's not simple, site simple multilingual, I don't remember what the other one is. Multi. Yeah. Holy shit, we built. It's broken, but we built. It's 100% broken, but we built. So here's what is broken about it. Or maybe I can even show. So let's remove Zig out. Zig up default 0.13. Then Zig build. Will we be able to Zig build with 0.13? Or are we going to need a cursed version of 0.14? Fuck. Oh, it's the home stuff. Okay, so we're going to need to break it. It's unreachable code. Install paths need to be... What? Oh. There's an index.md also in there. There's an index.md just chilling in there. Okay, there we go. we build. Then okay, Zine release, and now we can git diff. But as you can see, yeah, our git diff is showing the problem. Basically, our English version is getting obliterated by the Korean version because we are not correctly creating a prefix for it. That is the problemo. The problemo is that, yeah, we're not doing that work. And so we're basically obliterating one set of files with another one. So okay, let's try to reduce this stuff. Also, what is this? Why is this becoming a amp? This one is an ampersand. I guess we'll figure it out afterwards. Oh, look. Smart quotes enabled. Would you look at that? Smart quotes enabled. Not bad. Okay, so let's improve this diff. Problem is, there's a set of rules for where stuff gets installed by default. So, yeah, let's see what it says. Let's see what our own documentation says inside of build. In a multilingual site, host URL, we have these dirs, we have static access, and then we have locales. Every locale defines a host URL override, which must not contain a subpath. When this is null, output prefix override, where is output prefix override? Down here. When output prefix override is null and host URL override is null, then stuff goes in here. If it's null, and then we have ussite.com, it still goes under its own language. That makes sense. When there's an output prefix override, no website override, then it goes under foo. When there's this guy and there's this guy, it's under foo. When this guy is set to nothing, and this is set to null, then it's zig out. This is just a special case of this. So long story short, if this guy is defined, we output to the language. If this guy is set to something, we set it to, we output to that basically. So that's what we want to do. While we're at it, I think that we also want to change how we deal with static assets. And I think that we should install static assets in the root directory and not care. Alternatively, we could force a static assets install prefix. Or I should say side assets more than anything else. Okay. So let's start by installing pages and their assets under the right prefix. This means the variant needs to remember this stuff. But it's not a big deal because we can in work here, we're already doing this. So we can do the same down below. Yeah. So we can say out row is going to be out there if out there path length equals 0. And then we create index.html in there. Well, page path md name. Guess this needs a switch before anything else. Then if it's multilingual, actually, maybe we could even switch on site.meta kind, because that one already contains, you know what, let's do that. So we definitely want to create a path. is going to be path join page path, but then before that is going to be the prefix, which is going to be m dot. Oh, no, we didn't game match. Yeah. Okay, let's see how that goes for us now. So, yes, we have some outside files. And then we have Korean, KOKR, KOKR. So this is kind of correct. And if we look at Zig out, yeah, Zig out looks the same basically. It has some bit of Korean stuff in there. Static files that get copied twice, which is not great. We don't have that problem, but we really need to centralize static asset site asset installation somewhere. So I think we need a new setting that says, where do you put static site assets? What is the prefix for site assets? And we need to have a prefix for that, like an optional prefix, so that they get, you can intermingle them with everything if you want, but otherwise they get inside inside of a directory. If we diff now the diff I think is better. So we're missing a CNAME here. They changed, fine. Missing a CNAME, that's fine. Now we don't assume local assets. So this is different. This has been simplified dramatically, so that's good. This is wrong. Okay, so this is the part that we still do wrong. We do not generate links in a multilingual website aware manner. So that means that we need to also save. We need to save the output prefix override, maybe. Huh. Well, in any case, we need to do some more work of this kind, and then we're going to be good. Yeah. Not a ton of work, though. So here's how we do it. Okay, I'm thinking of switching this back. So let's start with site. So a page, isn't there some browser support for this kind of thing? I'm not sure what you mean. Keep in mind that what we're doing here is generating like file structure, like directory structure. So the language, the fact that that we use like language codes, well, local codes, is because that's the main use case. But you could like, you don't even have necessarily to. So it's just files that happen to make sense when doing multiple languages. Rewriting links based on current language settings. The only features of that kind that exist are either backends doing that work or JavaScript doing the work. The browser itself doesn't do URL rewrite based on language settings. No, that stuff is always implemented. It's always custom made. No, not standardized at all, as far as I know. I think this is how this should be. So here's the other problem. When we grab a page, the page needs to know which site it belongs to. What is its language code, in a sense. So either we give a variant ID. So I guess the most straightforward way for us to do that is give a variant ID to the page and basically have the page look at its corresponding site. The problem though is, now that I think about it, this is kind of funny because we only have like one. I guess we create one site from the outside, but then we generate a new site. How do we generate other sites? It's the variants basically. What we're creating is the variants. Like there is a one-to-one mapping between this thing as a variant. In fact, maybe a site should have also a variant ID. I feel like there's a hole in our implementation currently when it comes to navigating multilingual pages. For sure. Holy shit. Like CTX meta has variant ID. Oh, wait a second. I see how we're doing it. We're doing it in a weird way. CTX contains the variant ID. What? That is so weird. Yeah, there's definitely something missing. I think I'm gonna stop here. It's been 7 hours. I've been doing a lot of work today, honestly. I think it's time for me to take a break, eat dinner, relax a little bit. We did a ton of progress. So we are relatively close to implementing Chuki's website on New Zine. we are still messing up page URLs. By itself, that's not a big difference. It's relatively easy to fix. But there are some bigger questions about basically the bigger question is I don't think that I have everything in order to be able to do the kind of thing where you say, give me, so I'm a page, give me my next page, but also change language. And so give me a page that now is in another variant. And now I want that everything that I do off of that page needs to navigate that variant, not my variant. Because now we shifted universe basically. So that means that the variant ID cannot be something that we put in context. It has to be something that we put in the page itself. The page itself needs to be able to know, or you know what? It doesn't necessarily have to be. That's sure. But then a bunch of other things need to be different. Hey, Armadon, yeah, I'm about to go. I'm kind of done. Did a lot of progress though. I almost fully ported a multilingual website. This is the first multilingual website that I've ported to new Zine, and we got mostly there, not entirely there. Oh, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Thank you. So basically what I'm going to do is call it a day, take a break, relax. When I come back with a fresh mind, I'm going to look into how to implement this. But I genuinely think that the answer is that the page needs to have the variant ID. I might be wrong though. We'll see, because you should be able also to do page.site, and so we are going to need a site instance anyway. Whatever it's going to be, we're going to figure it out. It's not a big deal. It's just a matter of implementing it. And by the way, once this stuff is implemented, all the previous limitations the Zine had are gone. For example, people were asking the ability to print another page from a page. So like I'm on a page, but I want to print like a piece of this other page. I can do it now. Like previously I wasn't able to, but now I can do it. So yeah, it's going to be super cool. We're going to lift all limitations. It's going to be like just straight up kick-ass. So thank you all for hanging out, and I think I'll see you next time. Let me see if there's anybody who needs raids. Don't see any go live here. Oh, Enrico is streaming? Wait, wait, are you joking? Is he in Discord? Okay, let me see who's in that section. You know what? I think I'm gonna connect today. Yeah. Thank you all for hanging out.